folks, welcome to the 4,000 subscriber 4-hour story collection video made to celebrate that 4,000 subscriber mark. Wow, I never would have guessed we made it that far. I know I keep saying that, but wow. Got a special surprise for 5K, so hopefully we get there, but considering what it is, kind of hoping we don't. I think I mentioned what it is in the Sweet Springs video, if anyone's wanting to find out. But anyways, hope you enjoy this big, huge story collection, and as always, remember to like, subscribe, comment, and all that jazz, and I'll catch you later. Hey folks! Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. How are y'all doing today? I'm your host, Jimmy. Joining me is co-host Jared.
Hey folks, how's it doing? How you doing?
He's from that YouTube startup channel that just got started, Jared King TV.
Yeah, nobody's probably heard of me, but you know, I just go look me up, Jared King TV. I'm around somewhere.
Yeah. So, how we doing today, Jared?
Doing good. Just really excited about this story.
Yeah, it's a good one, and it's kind of weird because this is the first Mothman story that I've ever been sent from Maryland, and I saw on the news today that there was a bridge collapse in Maryland.
Yep, I saw that too, and if everybody would, please keep everybody involved in that and their families in your prayers.
This will be coming out next week, but we planned to record this yesterday, and that happened sometime early this morning, I think.
Yeah.
Kind of weird how that worked out.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, ain't it?
Yeah, a little bit weird. So this was sent in by a fan who thinks they may have encountered the Mothman or a similar creature back in 2002, and
yep.
I don't see where in Maryland, but Jared's going to be reading this one out for us.
Ooh. All right, so it says, "Hey, Spooky Appalachia, came across your YouTube channel from the Mothman Sightings Facebook group, and think I may have encountered it or a similar creature back in 2002. I was driving home for an office party in December of 2002. And no, I had not been drinking. I don't touch the stuff. I was at a stoplight when I saw some bushes to my right wiggling. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Then I saw it pop out. It was a dark creature. I couldn't tell the exact color since it was dark outside. It was maybe 6 or 7 feet tall. No visible head. I also don't remember it having arms. It did look like it had wings. Either red or orange reflective looking eyes. I didn't get a great look at it. But it looked more like a cross between a bird and a man than a moth. Then it went right back into the bushes. I sat there staring at the bushes until another car came up behind me and laid in on the horn. It was like I was in some kind of trance. I snapped out of it and booked it home. I had no idea what I saw. Never really talked about it. I always figured people would think I was crazy. Do you think this could have been the Mothman?"
Well, I guess it could have been the Mothman.
Yeah, it's very possible.
It's very possible. I mean, we can't say for sure because we weren't there. Yeah, a lot of people were like, "Come on, tell us it's Mothman." I'm like, "Come on, guys, I wasn't there."
Right. But, you know, and if you start thinking about it, too, I mean, in a way, minus the wings, it kind of sounded a little bit like the Flatwoods Monster, too.
I guess.
Because, you know, the no visible head and the bright eyes.
Oh yeah, that too. I think the Mothman though. I think they said didn't. I don't know. I've seen some stuff where it's kind of like a big like torso type. I don't know. It didn't really have a head, but it had eyes. You know, it didn't have like
Right.
a visible neck or head. I don't know. And then I've seen photos and descriptions of it with head. I don't know. I've seen both.
That makes you wonder maybe if the reason people see it like that is it maybe if it's like the angle they're seeing it at.
Could be. Or it could just have its head slumped down. It's hard to say. It does really sound like a lot of the ones that I heard. Also thought it was interesting. They said it looked more like a bird than a moth. A lot of people think it looks like a moth, but it didn't look like a moth. They actually called it the bird in the newspapers. The newspapers.
Hey, that's kind of a good name for it, though, really.
Well, I think I'd rather read a newspaper than some of the stuff I see these days.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Yeah, the newspaper called it the bird. No, yeah, it was called the bird at first, and then some news outlet went with Mothman because of Adam West's Batman show that was popular at the time.
Yeah.
But what do you all think of the story? Let's know in the comments.
You think it was like
definitely an
Mothman
interesting one?
Something else.
Something else, yeah.
What? Like you said, I agree. It was definitely interesting.
I mean, it could be like Jared said. It could have been a Flatwoods monster. That'd be cool.
Who knows? Maybe something was just behind him that made him look like he had wings.
Oh yeah. Maybe Braxy and Mothman were at a different party than this fella.
Yeah.
They were out on a date, midnight stroll.
That's it.
And that's
tiptoeing through the roses.
Yeah. Well, big thanks to all of our supporters that are ticking down at the bottom. I see that that's been going the whole time. Well, that's okay.
Yeah, it works.
But and big thanks to our content creator Patreons, Jerry King TV and Werewolf Radar.
Woo-hoo.
And if you'd like to send a story, you can email me, spookyappalachia@gmail.com, and you might see it featured on here just like this one. And
if you're new, please subscribe.
Yeah, subscribe.
Share out.
I'm almost at 4K. I don't know why I keep thinking it's 5K. I think it's because I said I was going to do something awful
You
at
got
5K.
that on the brain, man.
Yeah, it's on my brain. If you saw the Sweet Springs video, I agreed to get in the little haunted tub there.
Yeah.
When I hit 5K, so don't help me get there.
Oh, man.
Well, thank y'all for tuning in, and thank you to co-host Jared for coming on.
Always honored to be here, man.
Co-host Jared's a good name for you.
Yeah, co-host Jared. Sounds a lot better than Jared King TV, huh?
I don't know.
Co-host Jared got a good ring to it.
Yeah. Well, folks, we hope you all have a good night, and we'll see you in the next one.
Absolutely, folks. God bless.
Hey, folks. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. Hope y'all are doing all right. I know a bunch of y'all have asked about my little injury. So what happened was, and you'll see why this is relevant in a second. So what happened was I slammed my finger in an SUV door, loading up one of my kids. And, well, I dislocated a joint and thought I had just broke it. But the doctor called me, I think it was the Monday after. It happened on a Friday. and called me up and told me there was a second fracture further up on my finger at the joint. So that kind of explains why it's hurting so much. Well, anyway, it's all wrapped up now in a splint. I've got a bunch of doctor's appointments. Feeling a lot better, but Well, here's where it's relevant. I thought it'd be funny to do this story. It's an old witch story called Jenny Badfinger. Pretty funny I thought anyway. I guess I'll go ahead and get into the story. I forget who sent this in, so I apologize for not shouting you out. But big thanks to the fan who sent this in. It's a pretty good one. Greetings, spooky Appalachia. Here's a witch story my elders told us as kids growing up. I thought you and everyone else may enjoy it. It's about a witch everyone called Jenny Badfinger. Back in the late 1800s, in lower eastern West Virginia, I guess it was Virginia back then, way back in the sticks was an old woman. An old woman named Jenny that everybody feared. They say she was a short old lady, poor as dirt, and rarely spoke. But when she did, everybody listened. She lived by herself except for a ton of old crows that followed her everywhere she went. No matter where she was, crows would litter the ground and the treetops near her, as well as buildings. Jenny would rarely come into town because she knew how to work the land that she had up there in the mountains surrounding her old cabin. But when she did, folks kept their distance and wouldn't dare look her in the eye. How that all got started was one day she came to a store to trade some spices and herbs and for some flour and oil lamp. She rarely spoke and would just point with her left finger for what she needed. She always kept her right hand covered up with cloth or a lengthened sleeve. When she'd left the general store, a boy to a wealthy family ran into her, knocking everything out of her arms and spilling her flour everywhere. She just stared at the boy. Then his daddy seen what happened and screamed at Jenny, "You need to watch where you're going, old woman. You better be glad you didn't hurt my son." Well, old Jenny snapped. Them crows started cawing like crazy from the building tops, and she eased up to the boy's daddy and lifted her right finger, the one that she keeps covered up, revealing a long, twisted, bony, gnarled up finger, much longer than any of her other fingers. She said in a raspy voice, yet unsettlingly calm, "If you ever so much as speak to me like that again, Ned, your words shall rot out of your mouth." He started to say something, and then when he did, he started to cough and grab his mouth and throat. His tongue was swelling up in his mouth. Startled, the young boy picked up her stuff for her and handed it to her. People ran over to him as she was walking away. The further she got, the more the swelling went down, and that's how she got the name Jenny Badfinger. Well, one day after this, a man showed up at her cabin was trying to steal one of her chickens. When the back door opened, he stopped dead in his tracks. She asked him, "What do you think you're doing?" He said, "I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm just starving." She said, "It against your beliefs to ask anybody for a bite to eat?" He said, "No, ma'am." She said, "Just easier to steal, ain't it?" Well, she fed the gentleman, and later he told everybody what was happening. But first, she pointed that bad finger at him before he left and said that her eyes turned gray and glossed over almost like a corpse's eyes, and said, "If you ever steal another one, they'll not grab nary another thing." They say later on that he must have stole again, but true to her words, the man's hands drew up and curled up to where he could barely even dress himself. And another little event happened later on. They say that a man and woman visited her cabin one day, asking if she bewitched their cattle and livestock. She said, "Weren't my doings. There's more than one of my kind in these parts. I just don't hide it like the rest of them." They said that he tipped his hat and bid her good day. Said that as they were walking off, the lady noticed what looked like a grave. The man asked who's buried there. She said, "Nobody yet." They said old Jenny lived to be 102. They say that she was found lying there in that hole that she had dug. Said that a simple note was written in her hand saying, "Cover me up and feed my babies." Said that the entire property, the house, ground, trees, and everything was littered with crawling crows. Said that the locals fed the crows for several weeks before they slowly stopped coming around. They said that even to this day, people still see crows calling up quite a bit around in that area, and you might even catch a glimpse of old Jenny's ghost roaming those woods. Wow, what'd you guys think of that one? That was pretty wild, pretty creepy. Let me know in the comments what you think of it. I really appreciate whoever sent this one in. It was great. Remember, if you've got a story like this, you can email it to me at spookyappalachia@gmail.com. And we feature all kinds of stories like this. And, well, I appreciate y'all for watching. If you liked the video and the story, be sure to like, subscribe, comment, share it out to all your friends. And I'll catch you in the next one. But first, let's thank all of our supporters. They're down there in the ticker, but two in particular, Jared King TV. Big thanks to him. And Werewolf Radar Podcast. Be sure and check them out. Both Jared and Werewolf Radar Podcast. Their links are in the description below. They're in the higher support tier, so they get a special shout out. Everybody else is down in the ticker down there. I appreciate all of them and all y'all watching and sharing me out. Thank you so much, and I'll catch you in the next one, all right? Have a good night, folks. And I guess you guys see it's funny now why I picked Jenny Badfinger. Have a good one. Hey, folks. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. This week, I've got something really cool for y'all. I have a longtime fan of the channel who shared a story in the past on today. His name's LeBron. How are you doing today, LeBron?
I'm doing pretty good. Just really cold.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. He's got a story about a sighting he had of green eyes. Now, some people say it's a cryptid. Some people say it's a ghost. I guess I don't know. Maybe we can hear your story, and then you can talk about what you think it is after. How about that?
Okay, yeah, we can totally do that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so back in like 2001, pretty sure it was. My grandma always took me to the Chickamauga battlefield when I was kind of sad or whatever, just to try to cheer me up. And we always went hiking and always tried to find these caves that were around there. Well, we went up to the dried out pond, and when we got there, we sat down and, we were talking for a little bit, and then it looked like we could see. I mean, you see stuff through the tree line anytime you go to the Chickamauga battlefield, like at all. So it wasn't anything new. And when we got to sitting down and looking, we saw it looked like, I guess the easiest way to explain it is like those sniper suits made of grass.
Oh, yeah. Like the Call of Duty thingies.
Yeah.
They're called ghillie suits. That's what it is.
Okay, ghillie suit. Yeah. Looked like a ghillie suit, but had these two very bright green, like almost fluorescent lightning bug looking eyes, and like kind of turned and looked at us. Shortly after that, of course we stood there staring for a second, and then my granny Angie said, we need to get out of here, and so we kind of left. So didn't chase us or anything, just
okay. Yeah, Jared's uncle sent a story and it chased them. What kind of, I guess the first question I had is, what kind of feeling did you have? Did it feel like you were in danger or anything?
Have you ever, I mean, like, you feel like you're in danger.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels almost like your soul being ripped out.
Ooh, kind of yeah. I've had that feeling before. Yeah, we can run up on bears and woods and stuff before.
Yeah, it's
probably
that kind of feeling, that that kind of dread, where the next few seconds seem like they take years, and you're waiting on something to happen.
What'd your grandmother say about it? Did she say? Did she see it?
Oh yeah, she saw it. And when we got into the car, she was telling me that, that was green eyes. And, that's when she told me about it being like a track to sadness, darkness of the area and stuff. So it'd pop up.
Had she seen it before?
She's told me that she's seen it before and stuff. Before that, of course. And I mean, pretty much everybody in the Chickamauga area has some variation of green eye stories.
Oh, right? Really? Okay. Yeah. And you lived there back then, or close by? Or? Okay.
Yeah, I lived in, not to like dox myself, but I lived in Rossville, which is like 3 houses down was Chattanooga.
Oh, okay.
So it was like right there.
Okay. Well, I guess you're not really doxing yourself if you don't live there anymore.
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
They can go see where I used to live.
Yeah. They can follow a peanut trail or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's asking around.
Yeah, a lot of people from that area said they've seen it. Jared's uncle apparently saw it. And did you know there's a Green Eyes Festival coming up?
No, actually, I didn't.
I got invited to it, but I mean, it's so far away. I don't think I'd be able to go to it. But
you can do it.
I don't know. Did you ever see it again?
So I never saw the full body, but most people in Chattanooga will tell you, if you drive through the Chickamauga battlefield at night, you will see the eyes, not always the full body. From the full body thing, and I'm also under the impression that it's two separate things.
Okay, that's what we were going to get into, because
Yeah.
everything I've heard from people is some people think it's the Civil War soldier. For the people that don't know, there was a pretty significant Civil War battle there, wasn't there, LeBron?
Yes. The Chickamauga, I mean, that's what's called the Chickamauga battlefield. It was one of the most bloodiest battles in the Civil War history there. And even before the Civil War, there was like sightings of green eyes before that, but it was more that. Yeah, it was more the apparition more the cryptid style than the apparition style. So
okay,
that's why I kind of think it may be two different things that are lumped together.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, one side of the stories is there was a Civil War soldier. It's not clear which side. I don't know if you've heard anything about a side that soldier was on.
I have, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, so there was a Civil War soldier that got his head blown off by a cannon. And ever since then, he's been wandering the battlefield looking for it, and that's what that spirit is that soldier. That's what I heard. Does that sound like what you heard?
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the variations. Green eyes is one of those things that, it's got several different variations with, some overlapping. That's the main one that a lot of people say are the Native American, sin eaters, what my grandma called it.
Oh,
yeah, like one that pops up, to feast on the darkness. Is how she said it.
That would kind of match up with the other one I heard about, that it was a cryptid that lived in the area or came to the area because of the I guess I'm trying to think the best way to say it. It's a little gory that came to feed on the dead. Yeah. Basically, it showed up there and it's been there ever since.
Yeah,
and I guess you're thinking what you saw was more on the cryptid side. Was that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen both versions.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. I forgot to mute my phone.
Oh, you're good.
But because pretty much anytime you drive through the Chickamauga battlefield and watch the tree lines, you'll see something. Like I've got like a bunch of stories from Chickamauga battlefield, but because there's nothing to do when you live in that area. Because the big draw is the aquarium. Well, there's only so many times you can go to the aquarium.
Yeah.
So you go to the battlefield at night, and they usually lock off a lot of stuff. But when you're driving, especially around the bridges, when your car's turning, like your headlights won't be hitting the bushes or anything, you can see green eyes looking at you.
Oh, that's spooky. So that you have seen the other version, you think?
Yes.
Too?
Yeah. Like I've probably seen that one more times because like I said, there's nothing to do, so you go look for green eyes or the Lady of the Lake, as my grandma called it, and different stuff.
Huh? You all had a Lady of the Lake too?
Yeah, there's it's more of a river really, but
okay.
That's what she called it. But there's this bridge. She told me that there was a girl that got hit by a semi truck over there. And if you stop your car, turn it off, and blink your headlights, sometimes you can catch a glimpse of I saw sparkling, how to put it, almost like a Power Ranger explosion sparkles going around the car.
Wow.
Yeah, towards the bottom of the car, and I just kept screaming, "We gotta go!"
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the Chickamauga battlefield.
I'm sure.
Yeah, like the tower. If you go at night, you can hear someone dropping off because there's been a few people that's jumped off from there. YouTube friendly.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's still a dent in the ground where some of them are,
Whoa.
where some of them hit. Yeah.
Whoa.
And I can't remember how she was related to me, but one of the dents was a relative of mine that's not a relative anymore.
Yeah.
It was through marriage.
Oh, through marriage. That
Yeah.
makes sense. I thought.
No, I wasn't being.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
But yeah, green eyes. You kind of see him. It's mostly around like the cabins and stuff a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like the cabins there. Sometimes, like I went there with a digital camera and just taking pictures because nothing else to do.
Yeah.
And the camera wouldn't take pictures of the cabin. I could take it completely left to it, completely right to it, above it, below it. But if I put the camera at it, it wouldn't click.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, it is creepy there.
Yeah. Sounds like it. Wow. Well, thank you for coming on and sharing these stories and information. I think we've gone through everything at this point.
Oh, no worries. Yeah.
Also, were you about to say something?
I was just going to say that, yeah. Like if you go there, a lot of the roads, they even close off at night, but you can get around the barriers if you know.
Not that we're telling anyone to do that.
Exactly. I'm not saying trespass. I'm just saying if you're trespassing and you're lost, they don't do anything. They just drive you out.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thanks for coming on. And if you didn't know, LeBron actually has a YouTube channel of his own. Do you want to talk about what you do on there?
Sure. I mostly do figure reviews, like action figures, but I started doing stop motion animation. I started with a Goku from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, that was really neat. I like that.
Thanks, appreciate it. Yeah.
But that took a long time to do.
It does. Because the smaller the motion, the more fluid it looks. So you try not to, and you got to not bump it, or you have to start all over.
Oh man. Well, definitely check out LeBron's channel. Just I'll put a link in the description where you can just look up LeBron Fett, and that should pull him up.
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for coming on and sharing this story. It was a great story. I love it.
Oh, no worries, dude.
And definitely appreciate it. Also, I should say, big thank you to our supporters who are scrolling on the bottom screen now, especially our content creator supporters. Let's see if it's on here. Well, there's Jared, King TV, Werewolf Radar, Scott, who's an author. And I think that's the three of them. It's another tier. It's $5 a month. If you're a content creator, we'll give you shout outs at the end here, as long as it's not something crazy, like I actually probably shouldn't even name it because the way YouTube is. But yeah, as long as it's nothing crazy, I'll give you shout outs at the end. But thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to like, subscribe, comment, and all that jazz. And we'll see you in the next one.
Have a good day.
Hey, folks. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. I'm your host, Jimmy. So we're continuing our theme for this month on ghost and haunt stories. We have this story that was sent in by a fan who had an eerie situation come up at his work several years back. It's a really cool one, and I hope you all enjoy it. Hi, Spooky Appalachia. Love the channel and asked Jared to send this to you. Okay, so back when I was about 25 years old, I worked for a landscaping company in Ringgold, Georgia. There was one very old house that we were always getting called to from the owner. He didn't live there, but wanted the yard kept up extremely nice because he was the landlord. Trees, flowers, hedges, the whole 9 yards. Every time we went there, it gave us the creeps. Not to mention, there was this extremely hateful old lady there. She never talked to any of us and would stare at us through the windows with a mean look on her face. We asked the owner about her, and he said to leave her alone. It's just Mother. There's no harm to her. She's just picky, he would explain. We would often make jokes about how she was probably so cranky from living in an old creepy house like that. Sometimes we would even wave at her and she would just stare with this blank, crabby look on her face. One day I was off work because I was sick, and when I returned to work, the new fella on the team was in the office talking to the boss and was almost in tears. The boss sent him home for the day, and after he left, I asked Tony, the boss, what's the new guy's deal? He answers, he went out to the Holcomb place to hedge trim. The old lady watched him, and he went up to talk to her, and once he got into the room with her, she disappeared in front of his very eyes. They called the owner and explained what happened. He replied, yes, that's Mother. I said to stay away from her because she's dead. She died 10 years prior out in the yard planting flowers. None of us ever went back. I hope you enjoyed that story. It's the only one I have. Keep up the amazing work, my friend. Wow, that's a really cool story. It kind of reminds me of the lady in the window stories people sent in from Engles Castle in the past. There's a lot of stories out there like this with the old ladies watching out the window at people, and it turns out to be a spirit or a haint. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, I guess maybe they're looking after their place even in death. I don't know. You guys let me know in the comment. What do you guys think it is with these older ladies' spirits looking out the window at people? Just leave us a comment and let us know what you think. Remember, if you've had a paranormal encounter like this you want to send to us, you can email me. The email is down there, the ticker, but it's spookyappalachia@gmail.com. Or you can send it in through our Google form. It's in the description below. Also, if you want to support us, or me, I guess, you can join our Patreon. Look us up on Patreon, Spooky Appalachia, or follow the link in the description. And a big thanks to our Patreons. This list's been growing. We're coming close to breaking even, folks. Not counting the gas money to get to all these location shoots, but we're getting there. Big thanks to Adam, Alvin, Brandon, Charles, Chris, Danielle, Donald, Jeff, Jonnie, Jordan, Julia, Linda, Misty, Cheryl, Taylor, and our content creator Patreons. Scott, who's an author, his link's down in the description, as well as Werewolf Radar podcast. You can look them up for some hilarious paranormal stories. They do some good work there. And then our very own Jared King TV. Look him up. There's a link in the description, but he helps out a lot here too. So be sure and check him out, folks. And until next time. Oh, and make sure to like, subscribe, comment, and share this out with all your friends. I would really appreciate it. Thanks again, everybody. Good night.
Hey, folks. Hope everybody's having a good, extra good. Now, today, this ain't a live stream. This year's a pre-recording. All right, it's already been recorded, everything. But I do have a special guest with me today. I got Jimmy from Spooky Appalachia. How you doing, Jimmy?
Hey, everybody, I'm Jared. Oh, I'm Jimmy. Yeah. If y'all didn't see, we had a pretty big blooper in one of my videos Jared was on, and that was part of it.
Yeah, that was a blast right there. Like I said, we had so much fun that day. We always have fun when we get together.
Yep. You're probably one of my favorite content creators to work with.
Same here, brother.
Woohoo!
And folks, if you don't have Spooky Appalachia, you're definitely missing out. Head over there, show some love, subscribe, share him out, tell your friends and family about him, and you'll get to see me over there too.
Yeah, so Jared's actually going to be coming on my channel. If you guys have been watching me for a while, you may have noticed it was two of us. The guy I was doing that with dropped out. Jared's been filling in that extra person slot, but I made the decision. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go solo for my stories like Jared does, but I'll bring Jared on for the reaction videos, interviews, and possibly the live stream. So if you want more Jared, be sure to come over to my channel.
Absolutely. If you need an extra dose.
Yeah, we have a blast.
Oh yeah, it's always a great time over there, folks, and it's family friendly. Everybody's welcome. Jimmy here, like I said, he's like me. He welcomes everybody in, his family, and it's always a wonderful time. And you always get some really good content too.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I've been watching you. We've been watching each other for about a year, I think, haven't we?
Yeah. Actually, it's been going on. Yeah, it's been a while now.
Yep.
Everything. All righty. Well, you want to kick this one off?
Okay. You said you wanted to go over some haunt stories. Oh yeah. If you guys didn't know, I also do fan submitted stories, just like Jared. I didn't get the idea from watching him though. Oddly, we both found out we both do it.
Yep.
So let me start off. Let me see. I had one in mind. I used to do just stories from Appalachia, and I started getting some good ones, real good ones from beyond Appalachia. Oh man, these were some good ones.
Oh yeah, man, and that's really cool too. I think because when we have a lot of viewers from all over the world, and excuse me. One thing about Appalachia is the early settlers from Appalachia was Irish, Scottish, English, I mean, just all kinds of people, German, Dutch, so when we tell a lot of these stories, technically a lot of it's still Appalachia.
Well, also before Pangea and all that stuff happened long ago, Appalachia went from I think it was Canada, or I'd have to look at a map. I'm not looking at a map right now. So
yeah, I think it was the lower edge of Canada.
Lower edge of Canada, all the way down to South America, maybe, and it was all the way over to the UK and British Isles, Africa, part of Africa.
Yep.
So
it's wild, ain't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's the second oldest mountain range in the world.
Oh, yeah. I think folks said they estimated it to be over 500 million years old.
Yep.
I thought, boy, that's got some age to it. But yeah, the floor is yours.
Oh, okay. So this story was sent in by one of my fans who've been following me for a while. She sent it to me over Twitter. The story took place in October of 2021 at a place called Endenburg Manor. Let's see, where is that? It's like a kind of famous Midwest haunted location. It was for the insane, elderly, and disabled. Gosh, I didn't write down where this was, what state it is. That's okay though, I guess.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
It opened up in 1911 and finally closed its doors in 2010. So here's the story. I had been to Endenburg Manor once already by the time this happened, but it's definitely haunted. When this happened, I had just finished walking around on my own during a tour,
and just finished up the front of the building and was small talking with the guide, and we realized we had a lot in common. She invited me to do the last round with her to make sure no one was left in the building. We had cleared the lower and main level already and started on the second floor. We were just messing around and joking, and I noticed my camera started acting funny. We had gotten to the top of the stairs, turned left, and were poking fun at the building. And I said, with all the with how haunted this place is, I'm astonished I haven't gotten any activity. Not 10 seconds later, we were walking down the hallway, and this 3-inch thick solid wood utility door, hinges were still latched on, came flying off and flew straight at both me and the tour guide and her dog, and hit us pretty hard. She got some bad bruises from it, and it broke a mirror. I've been to my fair share of haunted locations, but I've never seen anything remotely close to this happen anywhere else.
Wow.
Yeah. Big
That
old oak
would be
door.
freaky. I mean, golly, you know, I mean, that'd take some energy right there.
I don't know about you. I'd always been taught not to provoke this stuff.
Oh yeah, Lord, yeah. A lot
That's
of folks,
something
you
I
know,
won't
I've always
do.
heard, you kick an old dog, it's gonna bite.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh,
my
man.
kids can tell you that. Kick an old dog and then it'll bite you. It happens almost every other
Oh,
day
man.
here.
Well, speaking of Beyond the Hills, like I said, I got one that was actually I was going to say, but like I said, I'll throw it in here too.
Okay.
This comes from Rachel H. Said her husband Terry said it's from the Appalachian Mountains, part of Virginia. But said a few years back and stuff, said he joined up with the service. Terry, thank you for your service, brother. And said that after basic training took him to Germany. Well, said that after they got there a while and stuff and everything, said one day, said they had some, an R&R and stuff, and said they were just out checking out the local areas and stuff, Said beautiful, gorgeous area, And said my husband had always been into urbexing. And said they found an old, decrepit building. Now, she said this old building here, said it was, old, decrepit, run down, basically, abandoned and, everything. Well, so him and a couple of his buddies goes in there. And, they're just walking through, looking, stuff like that. And said apparently it used to be an old apartment building. And there was a lot of stuff still left behind, naturally, some spray paint stuff, and things like that. Well, after, looking around and things like that, so they went on to the upper floors. Well, said when they got to about the third floor, so they was rummaging through there. Said an elderly man with a cane comes walking out of one of the rooms, down toward the end of the hall. He leans out and starts yelling at the top of his lungs. Well, my husband, not understanding German, just holding his hands up, trying to tell him it's okay, we're just looking around. Well, the old man keeps yelling and turns and walks back into the room. Well, they just look at each other in a pause like, and then kind of start laughing a little bit. Well, they decide to go on up to the next floor, just leave him alone. When they get up to the next floor, the same old man walks out of the same, would be the same room, same area, toward the end of the hall. They're just looking at each other, how did he get up here? There's no way. One of his friends said there has to be a hole in the roof or something. He's got a ladder over there or something. And said the same thing. He's yelling, screaming, you know, waving his cane and everything. Well, they sit there and they're, again, try to explain to him, you know, they're just looking around and everything. Only this time, the elderly gentleman turns and walks into the wall. So needless to say, they turned and ran all the way back to the base. And I thought that was a pretty wild story right there.
That is very wild. Wow.
I mean, imagine being, you know, you're in a foreign country, you know, it's, you know, you're taking in the sights and things like that and the beauty of it and, you know, some of the history and things like that. And then all of a sudden somebody starts yelling at you. And then on top of that, they turn and walk into a wall. I'll tell you what, I believe, like I said, that's another one of them instances where I believe I'd have messed my britches.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, I also want to say thank you for your service, Terry.
Oh, yeah,
That is
definitely.
an awesome story.
Yeah, that is. And an awesome experience and freaky. Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't know, you know, a lot of folks say, you know, that things like that, especially I've heard, you know, in like, you know, I used to do a lot of paranormal stuff, you know. I don't do it anymore. I quit and everything. But like I said, I used to do it and everything. And I learned a lot, you know, with this stuff and everything by doing it. And I've heard so many people say that there's something about the upper floors of places that seems to be the most haunted. And I've always wondered why.
You know, that happened in the story I just told too, the upper floor.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
Uh-huh. Oh, and remember the Engles castle?
Oh, yeah.
Lady in the mirror. People always see her out on the second and third floor, looking out the window.
Yep, and then also that's when the EVP was captured when it was going up the stairs, weren't it?
It was that crazy EVP. Oh, one thing we didn't mention. I do stories, but I live like in the heart of Appalachia, basically, just the dead center. Around the West Virginia area, Southwest Virginia, sorry. And I can get to most of these places in like 2 or 3 hours.
Right.
So we do videos from these locations. And one of the locations I did recently was Engles Castle in Radford, Virginia. It's a really cool video. Be sure to check that out. I can share a story from that, but we got some weird captures too.
Oh, you did for sure.
Like I posted some pictures from there, and Jared was like, "Well, what's that over your shoulder right there?" And he hadn't heard of this, but growing up, I had heard it was in the town I grew up in, and I had always heard the place was haunted. I thought it'd be cool to go film it. No one had ever done it. So you know, I met with the owners, got permission to go in. They let me in. Taking pictures. There's always been a thing. If you take a picture of yourself, this was before selfies were a thing. If you take a picture of yourself there, the lady in the mirror who's said to haunt the place may show up in the picture.
And I believe she did.
And then Jared points out to me, I show him the pictures. He's like, "Well, what's this?" And he shows me it's a lady standing out on the balcony thing, and there was nobody up there.
Yeah, and yeah, it was kind of crazy. Like I said, Jimmy goes over there, you know, him and some friends, you know, they go over there. And Miss Julie was there, correct?
Yep.
And like I said, they was there, you know, and everything, you know, just checking the place out and everything. And Jimmy, knowing I love history and everything, was sending me some photos and, you know, sending me some pictures and stuff, you know. And that one he sent me, like I said, it just stood out like a sore thumb, you know, and everything. Because
I'm getting the
you know,
chills just thinking about it.
Me too. And I said, when I see that, you know, I know what Julie looks like and everything. And so I know who's there and what they look like. And as soon as I see this, right, and you can see it right over his shoulder. And as soon as I spot that, like I said, my spine just turned to pure ice.
It also didn't look like you can't really see any distinguishable features either.
Oh no, there's no details in here. No, it's just like a how would you describe it? Like a humanly shaped mass.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just freaky.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, and then there was that crazy EVP one of the fans found, weeks later. We missed it.
Oh yeah.
We're going, I think it's around the second floor of the house, and you can hear what sounds like a woman moaning. I'm by myself at this point. Everybody else is in different parts of the house, and you just hear that. Oh man.
And like I said, it'll run a chill up you too. Like I said, because I missed it, and he told me about it after his one of his one of his viewers found it and let him know about it. He told me I'll go back and I'll listen to it, and oh Lord, you talk about goosebumps.
Yeah, I don't go looking for this stuff, but in most of the videos from haunted locations, someone has found something. Oh, like LeBron found in the Sense of a Tunnel one in the middle of it. There's like you can hear a kid, and then I actually heard a whistling sound the whole time I was there. That was weird, but he heard a kid in the middle of the video saying "Hey" or "Dude" or something like that. Yeah,
it's crazy,
seems
folks.
to happen in almost every one of them.
Yeah, so like I said, folks, head over there, check him out, watch his videos, and see if you can hear something or see something that we've already, we've missed. They may still be more stuff there.
Mm-hmm. Since we were talking about Engles Castle, you think I should read that's the two stories from Engles Castle? Were you with me on my channel when we did that?
I can't remember if I was or not.
Probably were.
Probably. I believe folks will really enjoy it.
Okay. All right. The first one says, "Hello. I saw your post on We Are Radford with Facebook page. I posted the Engles Castle video on. I saw your post on We Are Radford with the Engles Castle video. I just wanted to say I really enjoyed it. It got me to thinking, though. I've floated down the river fishing going past that place for years. Many times now, I've seen a lady in the window just staring out at the river. I always thought she lived there till I saw your video and learned that no one lives there and the place is abandoned. I think it could have been the lady in the mirror you mentioned. I'll try to get a picture next time." And I myself have gone fishing on that river. I don't know how many times I've been fishing. I mean, I don't fish as much. Plus, I live a little bit further away from it now. But,
Right.
Yeah, I've got 1 and a 2-year-old. I fish maybe once a year right now.
Right. Hey, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I've fished that same stretch in a kayak. Wait, did he say it was in a kayak? No, he just said he floated down the river. Yeah, I've been in a kayak down there hundreds of times. I always got a weird feeling when I went through there,
Right.
But,
And it's like we was talking on your channel at one time too, It's so weird about, how people see stuff like that, and think it's just, somebody.
Yeah.
And I actually have a story somebody sent in to me here a while back and was talking about a lady. Hang on, let me excuse me. Let me pull that up right quick.
I've
Like I said,
got
because
one
that was
similar that actually happened to me. I can tell in a minute if you want to tell that one first.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and do yours while I that way I can find this.
I could
one.
do the
Like I
other
said,
Engles Castle story since it's short while you're looking for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
How about that? Okay, so this
That'll
one is kind of similar. The person wrote him the comment on my video. Said, "Engles Castle is definitely haunted. I can say that for sure. My friend lives down there. We used to run around in the field behind it when we were kids. We both swore every time that we would be in the field, we'd look up at the window facing the road and see a lady staring at us. We would also see animals running around like cats, dogs, and foxes. We would follow them, and they'd take a corner and then just be gone.
Wow.
Yeah. That place has got some spooky stuff going on. Julie has messaged me. She's working with them to try and get tours going there. She's messaged me several times now. She's been there cleaning or helping them do work, and she's heard footsteps, and I think she said she heard a voice one time too.
Lord.
Yep. Yep.
That'd be enough for me to take off running.
Yeah. Oh, also, another thing we found out later. So when we were checking out the outside of the place with the owner, there's a big hollowed out shrub bush. I forget what it's called. He was showing us, and we found like a hobo camp inside. And he told us just a couple years before that two hobos got into a fight, and one of them split the other one's head open with an axe on the property. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
So
this was recent.
So you got that, and then you got, that happening, and, and just everything else. That definitely makes for a hotbed of paranormal activity.
Mm-hmm. Plus, it's on the river like that,
Right. And they say, too, that, especially running water is a conduit.
Mm-hmm.
But now here's when I found it. It's from Scott Thomas. He said, just found your channel recently. He said, and absolutely love it. So my grandparents, who live in rural Clay County, Kentucky, most of their lives and everything, said knew a bazillion ghost stories. He said, but can you see a ghost and not even know it? He said, I was told I saw a ghost, but she didn't look the least bit ghostly. He said, I was at my grandparents' house out in Clay County. He said, real nice summer day. He said, back in 88, I think it was. He said, my grandmother asked me to take a bucket of fabric items to an older woman who lived up the road, about 6 miles or so. He said, naturally, I didn't mind a bit doing it. So he said, I was about 25 at the time. He said, perfect day. He said, the older woman lived about 1.5 miles away. He said, you had to cross an old wooden bridge over an old creek at one point. And said, this bridge was right in front of a sharp curve. He said, well, they was the cutest little old gal standing there. He said, looked about my age. He said, but nothing really unusual about her. He said, excepting, said she was looking down the road, like she was waiting for somebody. He said, and said she was dressed a little out of date, not bad though, but a little bit. Said, had on 70s bell-bottom jeans and, with all the rivets and patches, and had on a tube top and a shell necklace. He said, well, I waved at her and said she smiled and waved back, but said, kept looking down the road. Said, didn't say and everything. He said, I didn't recognize her and everything. He said, everybody who lives on that road knows everybody. He said, well, I asked about her when I got to the lady's house and everything to drop that bucket. And she said, boy, you saw a ghost. Said, that girl I saw was killed in a car crash there about 10 years before. So I thought she was messing with me. Said, then when I said, now the old lady at the house that I went to, said, the older lot lady, said her and her husband said they got an awful good sense of humor. And he said, naturally, I was waiting for a gotcha moment. He said, but they both swore to it. It was true. He said, I asked my grandparents about it when I got back to the house. And said, they said pretty much the same thing. Said she was a passenger and said the driver was drunk and missed the bridge. He said, did I see a ghost? I can't say for sure, 100%. Said, Said, but she did not look the least bit like a ghost. He said, never saw her again. He said, but it does make you wonder, how many people, do we see on a daily basis that's actually a ghost and we don't even know it? Now that was spooky.
Yeah, that's something you and I have talked about before.
Yep, sure is. It definitely does make you wonder, I mean, sometimes, you can see somebody in a store or something there that just kind of looks a little out of place or anything, maybe at a park or something, everything. Or you ever get next, get close to somebody, or even if you're just walking by them, don't even say hi to them or nothing. You just get like a weird feeling.
Yeah.
Like, you never know.
Hey, remember that very scenario you mentioned happened to me going by a park. Remember that?
Oh yeah, you want to share that with my viewers?
Yeah. Let me see. All right. Sorry, I had a soylent burp there. Hang on one second. All right. I was getting a message. All right. All right. So, oh my gosh. You don't hear that, do you?
No.
Well, that's good. I'm going to close this out. All right. So, this story is a bit special because, well, it happened to me. I'd always been a little reluctant to share some of my odd experiences, but after collecting so many stories from people over these past 2-ish years, I definitely feel more comfortable sharing it. So this actually happened to me early one morning. It was still dark and it was a rainy morning. It was during the COVID 2020 lockdown. And I think I've told you what I do for a living. I'm always on call.
Right.
And I had been working from home for the couple of weeks. It wasn't too long into the lockdown. And I had to go in for an emergency. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning, dark and rainy. So I'm driving in, and I hadn't seen a single car anywhere. I guess it was because of the lockdown. Maybe it was early. Whatever. I was stopped at a stoplight across from the park. And then out of the corner of my eye, I see this woman in a paper-thin looking long white dress. And she had like a tiara in her hair made out of flowers. And I was like, well, that's odd. I mean, it's cool and it's rainy and dark. Probably 6 o'clock in the morning. She didn't have a jacket or an umbrella. It didn't make a lot of sense. I looked up at the light again. It was still red. And then I looked back, and the lady was gone. Completely gone. And there was no trace of her. And I was like, well, that's kind of weird because the whole area down there is completely flat. You can probably see like a mile away.
Right.
And as I'm driving away, I was like, dang, I should have got my phone out and recorded this. This is something weird.
Definitely.
It's like, yeah, you get all these people saying if you tell a paranormal story, oh, you should have recorded it. You should. I mean, you don't really,
you don't expect it.
No. But, I mean, I don't have my phone. My phone was laying in the passenger seat. I was driving in, thinking about work. And man, that was weird. I thought that lady was real.
Right. And that's so wild. Especially oh, go ahead.
And, okay. And another thing I thought of. About maybe once a year, you hear a story about somebody jumping off the bridge that goes over the park and the river there.
That makes you wonder.
Yeah, it makes you wonder.
Was she one of those?
Yeah, that's my wondering.
That definitely makes you wonder, man.
Mm-hmm.
Spooky.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
folks.
Appalachia.
Absolutely. Well, folks, we're coming up on a half hour, and this will make a pretty good premiere. Want to thank you folks for tuning in and hanging out with us, and I want to thank each and every one of you for liking and sharing me out and telling all your friends and family about me. You really don't know what that means to me. I love each and every one of you. It's more than you'll
Even
ever know.
me?
Even you, Jimmy. Even you.
Oh, okay.
And folks, if you don't have Spooky Appalachia, like I said, be sure to head over and show him some love and support. And like I said, and share him out and everything. He's already got he's already getting these subscribers up. So right now too, he's working on his watch hours to get his monetization.
Yep.
So like I said, we'll be putting that link in the stream and everything, or in the chat whenever we premiere this and stuff and everything.
If you don't check me out, I'm going to get mad.
He's gonna get real mad. All right, folks. We love you bunches. God bless you and your kin.
Have a good
And
one.
have a good one.
Hey, folks. Welcome to this week's Spooky Appalachia. Hope you're having a good evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it is, whenever you're listening there. So, this week we have a story from a fan who had an interesting experience in New Orleans back in 2013. I found this one when I was going through some of the submissions y'all sent in for stories, and I was just blown away. I don't know how long that had been sitting there, but oh man, this one's cool. Well, I'll go ahead and get into it. Me and my mama was in New Orleans on July 5th, 2013. We got on a trolley to sightsee and grab some lunch. We got off the trolley and walking along the sidewalk, and there was a men's clothing store, a restaurant, and a souvenir store. The restaurant lunch special was shrimp and grits. It was about 2:00 p.m. when we entered, and a lady yelled at us that they were closed. A man told us as he walked out of the restaurant that the food was really good and to try and come back later. He was very, very friendly, it seemed. So we said we'd come back tomorrow before 2 p.m. and turned around and left. We thought it was strange that a restaurant would close so early with it being a tourist city. So the next day, we went back, and the restaurant wasn't there. It was just the men's clothing store and souvenir shop. No restaurant at all. We stood there with our mouths open. We couldn't speak even. I, to this day, get the chills just talking about it. So I guess they were ghosts, and we never saw the lady that yelled at us or the guy that said that the food was good. It's just strange, though, because we didn't know ghosts ate food. The next week, I was looking at a show on haunted places in New Orleans, and it said the dead walks among the living. They had to be dead people. Wow, that's insane. I've heard of stuff like this. I heard in Virginia that there was some people hiking or backpacking or something, and they came across a house, and then they I think they needed to use a bathroom or phone or something. So they went up to the house, and by the time they got up to it, it was gone. I've heard of stuff like this. It's pretty crazy and kind of creepy, you know. Has anyone else heard stuff like this? I'd love to get some more stories like this for sure. So if you have one, be sure and send it in. The email is down there in the ticker, but it's spookyappalachia@gmail.com. If you've got a similar story of any kind of paranormal encounter, Bigfoot sighting, UFOs, cryptids, whatever, send it in. That's what we run off of here. But yeah, dang. Restaurant there one day, gone the next. Wow. So let us know what you think in the comments on this one. And if you hadn't, be sure and subscribe, like, comment, share it out. Oh, and at this time, I would like to thank all of our channel members and Patreons who keep this, show or... Well, is it a show? I don't know. Well, that you guys keep us running. I really appreciate it, all of y'all. And there's also our content creator Patreons who give just a little bit more. There's a second tier. There's 2 tiers. I think a $3 a month tier. Then this is the $5 a month tier to get your YouTube channel, podcast, whatever, shouted out. And those are Scott, who's an author. His link's in the description. Jared King TV, you all know him by now. He's on here all the time. And then last but not least, Werewolf Radar Podcast. It's one of the few podcasts I actually listen to. They are hilarious. Give them a listen. Their link's also in the description, though. And thank you all for tuning in, and I look forward to hearing from y'all in the comments and y'all sending in your stories, and I'll catch you in the next one. Hey folks, welcome to another Spooky Appalachia. So this week I recently got a story, a really incredible story, a UFO story from a fan. And it was so good, I pretty much dropped the story I was going to do for this week to do this one. It was that good. I'll feature the one I was going to do this week a little bit later on. But, yeah, this was sent in by a fan named Tracy, about an experience she had in Shawsville, Virginia back in the 80s. I have lived in and around Christiansburg, Virginia for most of my life. I moved away for about 15 years and lived in Florida. I live in Christiansburg now. This incident happened to me when I was around 12 years old. My family had just moved into a house in Shawsville, Virginia, in part of Shawsville called Allegheny. If you turn down the road where the old Meadowbrook nursing home was, it is now a library. But if you go about 4 miles, our house was near the river on the roadside. This would have been in 1987. I remember just starting school, and it was late September or early October, and I was awoken to lights shining in every window of the house we lived in, next to a cornfield that still had stalks up, and the grass was really high. I noticed this because I opened the bedroom window, and it didn't have a screen in it. I put my head out the window and looked up at the sky, and all I could see was bright lights shining in my eyes. It was so close to the house that nothing could possibly get that close to the window. I noticed that the grass was not moving, nor were the corn stalks. Everything was dead silent. No crickets or anything. I ran into the living room and then into the kitchen to see light shining in every window. I ran back to the bedroom, and all I remember is looking up, trying to see what it was. My thoughts were a helicopter, but there's no way. A helicopter would not hover next to a house. Also, there was no noise or even wind. None of this made any sense to me. Shortly after, the next thing I remember is waking up and feeling really exhausted. I remember I felt so drained that I didn't even go to school the next day. I tried to figure out what this was, but had no explanation until I saw the Unsolved Mysteries episode that happened around the same time. I truly think this is connected. If you hadn't seen the Unsolved Mysteries episode, this also took place in 1987 in Wytheville, Virginia. I have often wondered what it was I had seen and had been reluctant to tell my story because some people would laugh about it. I'm an honest person. I've never even gotten a parking ticket. I just wanted to see what other people thought or if they had seen anything like this during that time. I have not seen anything like it since. I find similarities in the other story that was featured that I mentioned before because it had the bright light and the grass not moving. If you look up UFO sightings in Wytheville, Virginia in 1987, you'll find plenty of stories. Just wanted someone to share with. Thank you, Tracy. Wow, Tracy. Like I mentioned before, this was a pretty incredible story. I actually had a fishing hole somewhere near there. I mean, it wasn't in the 80s. I think it was the 90s. Anyways, I used to go fishing out in that same area. I was only there in the daytime, so, but I will say I had my first UFO sighting in Charlottesville, Virginia as well, which is about 10 or so years after this sighting. I was out on a playground and I noticed a hovering object just kind of hanging out on top of a mountain right above a tree, and it had some kind of thing sticking out of it going into the tree, if that makes any sense. I told a classmate, and then we went and grabbed pretty much the whole class, and then the teachers. Everybody was baffled about it. Even the teachers, one of them ran and grabbed some binoculars and looked at it, and nobody could ever figure out what it was. I remember we went in after recess, and then I went to the bathroom or something and looked out the window, and it wasn't there. Pretty weird. I don't know. It wasn't at nighttime. I don't remember any lights, but who knows? I will say it did make me think of the Wytheville sightings in 1987. I don't think Wytheville, I'd have to look at a map. I don't have one up. Wytheville's not too awful far from Charlottesville, maybe an hour. So it's a really good possibility. And there were, gosh, I think they told me at the UFO festival maybe 1,000 sightings. Who knows? Maybe it's the same thing, the big triangle-shaped UFO that they were seeing there. Really, really interesting story. Thank you for sending this in. I'm glad you found my channel, and hope you keep coming back. And same for all you guys watching this one. I hope you enjoyed this story. Let me know what you think in the comments about the story. I thought it was incredible. Hopefully we get some more like it. I like these little UFO ones like this, and hope we get some more. Oh, at this time, I would like to thank our people who make all this possible, our Patreons and our other supporters. Let's see here. Here they are. They're scrolling down there at the bottom, but a big thank you to our content creator Patreons, Werewolf Radar Podcast. It's a comedy podcast. Be sure and check them out. Scott, who's an author, his link's in the description, and our very own Jared King TV, link also in the description. Definitely check him out. He does stories as well. And remember, if you've got a story you want to send in, you can email it to spookyappalachia@gmail.com or use our Google form. The link is in the description. I hope you all enjoyed this, and I'll see you in the next one. Good night, folks. Hey, folks. Welcome back to Spooky Appalachia. How are y'all doing today? So, we've got another fan-submitted story. This time, it's a Bigfoot encounter, or a possible Bigfoot encounter, sent in by a fan. And it was in Bedford, Virginia. I believe, it says Bedford, Virginia, 1978. I was born in Roanoke, but when I was maybe 11 or 12 years old, around 1978, my family had a small weekend cabin on the Bedford end of Smith Mountain Lake. We were on a cove, and so to the left was the lake, and the right was a forest with open land. There was a barbed cattle wire fence that ran along the dirt road, so you couldn't go hiking into the woods. I had walked up the road to see if my friends were home that weekend in the house across the cove from us. They weren't there that weekend, and so I was walking back home. The lake is on my left and the wooded area is on my right. It was about 2 p.m. and the sun was very bright. I know it had to have been around July because it was so hot. We had been swimming that weekend. I was walking and glanced over into the woods and saw something very dark and semi-crouched over behind a pine tree, looking towards a small clearing in the woods at some deer. At first I thought it was a bear, but bears do not crouch like that. And thought maybe it was an Angus heifer rubbing on the tree. But it wasn't moving, and it was in a semi-crouched position. Now, I only saw the back of him. He was in the shadows of the pine trees, but he had dark hair that was almost black. Not overly long, but shaggy. It was definitely crouched on 2 legs in a hunched position behind the tree. I don't remember his head, but he did have broad shoulders. The wind was blowing to my back, so I didn't get any odor from whatever it was. I watched very briefly and then ran very, very fast back to the house. I told my daddy, and he said to stay away from the woods and close to the house. I know when we left the next day, that whatever that was, object or human or whatever, behind the tree was not there. So I eliminated in my mind it just being a branch or something. Wow, that's a really cool old story there. The lady that sent this in told me she always believed it was Bigfoot. She didn't really say why, but definitely a fascinating one. I love these old stories like that. So please keep sending them in. For those of y'all that have been with us from the beginning, this is actually one of the first stories that was ever sent to us. I've been in the process of re-recording some of the older ones since I'm the storyteller now. Hope y'all like that better. If not, well, sorry you're stuck with me. Let me know what you thought about this story in the comments. I know I really enjoyed it. I'm sure you guys will as well. If you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, and everyone else, make sure to like, comment, and get this one shared out. I really appreciate all y'all sharing me out. It really means a lot. We're really, really growing. I don't know. I guess it means y'all really like me. Thanks. I appreciate it. I really, really do. And I will catch you in the next one. Hey, folks. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. I'm Jimmy.
And I'm Jared.
Jared, the co-host.
With Jared King TV.
Jared, the co-host.
Yeah, Jared, the co-host TV.
What? Well, so a while back, if y'all remember, we did a video collab like this. Or is it really a collab anymore? You're a co-host now. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, it was on West Virginia cryptids. Seemed like y'all loved it. And, well, I realized 2 months had gone by and I haven't gone on to the next state, even though everybody said, oh, do more states.
Yeah, we definitely got a lot of positive feedback on that.
Yeah, definitely. And if you haven't, be sure and check that one out. I guess I can link it in this video, link it up. So this time we're doing Alabama.
Good old Alabama.
Yeah, you're closer to Alabama than I am.
Yep.
Oh,
Been
my
there a few
wife's
times.
actually from Alabama.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. So, Alabama cryptids. I had a lot of fun looking into these. And then I had a new fan in front of the channel send in a couple stories that people had told him and one that happened to him. So I thought that was really cool.
Definitely.
Yeah, we're both pretty excited about this one. I think y'all will like it. Should I get into the first one?
Absolutely, man. Go ahead.
All right, the first one's about the Wolf Woman of Mobile, Alabama. Had you ever heard of this one? You're closer than me.
I started to say I have heard a few people talk about it, but I said down in Mobile. I said it's kind of like I said when I went down to Sherwood. I said I used to go down to Sherwood, Alabama, quite a bit, and a lot of folks down there, if you're not kinfolk or something like that or something other, they usually don't say a whole lot. They kind of keep a lot of stuff to themselves, and everything.
Mhm.
Kind of like, so, and it's a lot of it's, because of, like same way here in Tennessee or, any other parts of the mountains, a lot of it's because of ridicule, things like that.
Yeah.
But like I said, I have heard about Wolf Woman a couple of times. Not as much
Well-
as the other ones, but I have.
Yeah,
heard.
okay. I will go ahead and read what I found out about it. Maybe you could tell us what you've heard about it after. How about that?
Let's do it.
All right. During April 1971, folks living in Mobile, Alabama and surrounding areas had sightings of a strange and bizarre cryptic creature. These short-lived sightings spurred the legend of the Wolf Woman of Mobile. One of the first sightings, a man happened to be in his backyard doing some work and noticed what he described as a pretty woman and wolf. And she was covered in hair, but he said she was pretty attractive looking. And then another story was that a local teen had said that his dad had gone down to the nearby marshes and spotted it, and it chased him home. And after that, they began keeping their doors and windows locked at all times. Now, despite the over 50 reported sightings of this creature, no one has ever been harmed by it. People believed it was an escaped circus sideshow creature or even a feral woman. These days, folks believe that it was a skinwalker from the native tales.
Man, that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said,
Now,
now
what
what
do you... Yeah, go ahead.
what I heard is, I heard some fellas talking once, and like I said, when I was down there in Sherwood and stuff, like I said, we was just talking about strange things, the mountains and stuff like that. And one old fella said back when he was real young, he said like a lot of folks in the hills, they same as I was, just dirt poor, so said a lot of times just to pass the time off. Said in the evenings, when it got, kind of late and the sun started going down, where it weren't like deathly hot, they get out and just walk, everything, go for a walk, things like that.
We did that too.
Yeah. And said, yeah, I think it's just a mountain thing,
Yes, I still do it.
I do too. But said they got out one evening and said that they was passing by this old house. He said they had passed it 1,000,000 times, they grew up around it, So they passed it 1,000,000 times. Said, but that evening, said it was just different, Said the whole vibe about the place, just mighty different. And said that, but they didn't pay much attention to it, said they kept on going. Well, so when they started coming back through, it was the same thing. And, said one of them said he looked at his cousin and everything, told him, said, you gonna think I'm nuts here, said, but do you feel something kind of odd or different, strange, And he said, he said, I weren't gonna say nothing, but now that you mention it, yeah. Well, said that they kept, kind of looking, said they actually half expected to see an old hane or something, So that's just kind of the vibe they got, just spooky,
Mm-hmm.
Well, said they kind of was hurrying by it. Well, when it did, said this woman comes running out of the back of it. Now, I said this old house, it was old, just run down. Said nobody, weren't fit to live in or nothing. Well, said she comes running out of the back of it. And like she, said that she was just covered in hair, and it was just unreal. And said that they said they hollered, not like hollering at her, but just out of fright, Said they hollered and said she looked over at them, and then jerked her head back and kept on going.
Ooh.
They said the strange thing about it was they said she was so fast. Said it was like how like when you spook a deer, 4 or 5 hops and it's already across the field.
Yeah.
Well, they said this is how she was when she was running.
Huh.
But they said she was like covered in hair, and so even like her arm, said that she was wearing like what looked like old like clothing, like, and said one of the arms was tore off of it, and said you could see hair just hanging down, off her arms and stuff. And then when she was running, it was kind of like, flailing behind her, like
That's
almost
wild.
kind of like tassels off of a jacket or something.
Huh. That almost sounds like a werewolf.
And it's
Don't
very
you
possible.
think?
Very possible, man. Like I said, there's so many stories, it comes out of these old mountains
Yeah.
that's so similar, and everything. One person might say, well, this is a dog man, and it may turn out to be a werewolf, or they may
Mhm.
say it's a werewolf, and it may turn out to be a dog man. You really don't ever know. But whatever it was, or whatever, I don't want to have no run-ins with it.
No. That's really cool that you knew that story too.
Yeah, and I, at one part said that the strange thing was that she was real pretty, which now that ain't really nothing uncommon. Cause I said, given my experiences from down there in Alabama, there's some mighty pretty gals down there.
Hey, my wife was born in Alabama. Lived there for a couple years.
And I said it's beautiful country too, man. Good folks, down home people.
And hopefully my wife heard that because I was implying that she was beautiful.
Yeah, if you hear this later,
She is.
now you know what you mean.
Yep. I'm not going to get. I don't think she can yell at me for that, right?
Well, let's hope not. Just don't make her mad. If
Yeah.
you make her mad, for some other reason, she'll find a way to, hold it against you.
She'll break the index finger on my other hand.
Yep.
And by the way, it's been doing better and better every single day. Thank everybody for all your thoughts and prayers.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, do you want to go into the Flackville Metal Man?
Yeah. Now, this one here is, I found.
This one's wild.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, it says, on a night in October 1973, Flockville's young chief of police, Jeff Greenshaw, got a call about a UFO just outside of town. From a frantic caller, said, he thought to himself, he was just, dealing with somebody out of their head, said, but when he got to the scene, said things got weird. So he saw a strange looking figure, and what he thought at first was wrapped in like tinfoil or something. But after turning on his lights, so he found out that weren't the case. Said there weren't any pieces to its outfit or, whatever it was that was made of. So it was just like all one piece. Well, said he also mentioned that it was smooth looking like glass. And it was a little bit over 6 foot tall. He said to an extent, said it reminded him of the robot off of Lost in Space. So he grabbed his Polaroid camera, and before taking some pictures, he said something like, "Howdy, stranger," something along them lines. Said after that, said the creature began to run away. Greenshaw says that the creature said it didn't move like a normal person. Said that it moved more like it had springs in its shoes. He pursued the creature in his squad car at speeds of 35 miles an hour before losing sight of it when he crashed his car. So he thought that it seemed like just fade away into the night.
Dang.
Now that
What
was
did you do
wild.
if you got
right
that
there.
call?
Well, at first I might, think the same thing he did at first. That's something you just don't expect to get. The first thing comes to your head is like, but,
It's like, did he crash his police cruiser and
well, that's one
came up
thing
with
I
the
kept.
story?
Right, that's one
But
thing I kept wondering. Is he crashed it at a whopping 35 mile an hour. But he could have been looking at it, focusing on it, you know.
Yeah. I actually saw the pictures he took of it. I'll try to edit those in so everybody can see. They're pretty interesting.
Yeah. But like I said, it's when you know when it comes to things like that, you know, the wild part about it is, you know, it seems to always catch you off guard, you know, when you're not expecting it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, then when you thinking, you know, somebody's on something, you know.
Yeah.
Then you know when you know, like in his case, you know, when he got out there, it was like, oh my Lord, what's this? You know.
Yeah.
That's definitely one of them things. It seemed like it would stick with you all your life. You know?
Oh yeah, with him, I can't remember exactly, but I think I heard that he resigned and may have even moved out of town. You know, he put his reputation at stake on this one.
Lord.
So, I mean, when I hear something like that, I tend to kind of believe it. You know, when somebody's got a lot to lose by coming out and saying something like that.
Yeah, yeah. You know, especially when somebody takes a reputation on and stuff and everything, and comes forward with it. You know, that's it's kind of hard to disprove. You know.
Yeah.
Man.
And it's really cool. He got pictures of it.
Oh yeah, even better. You know, he says 9 times out of 10, that's something you rarely get.
Yeah.
Photographic evidence or something like that. You know.
Oh, had you heard of this one?
I have not.
Well, that's cool. I got you
this
there.
Was I said this one was a new one on me.
Yeah, I think oh yeah, it was in 73. For some reason I thought it was in the 80s, but it was 73 it says. Okay, 1973.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, definitely interesting. Kind of almost made me have a Flatwoods Monster type vibe.
Yeah.
You know, it has a UFO involved and
right.
Now, he didn't see a UFO. It was someone called about a UFO.
So it kind of makes you wonder what they saw.
Yeah, it does.
Say UFO.
Yeah. What I read was he got a call from a frantic person called about a UFO, and they kept insisting that he check it out or something like that. Right. That's why he eventually went.
But like I said, it makes you wonder, did they see lights coming from the sky?
Yeah.
Or did they see it and just think, naturally think, some kind of like a alien from another dimension or another world or something, and say, hey, UFO.
Yeah. Or did the UFO get tired of Metal Man as their irritating cousin and just dropped him off in the woods in Alabama?
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know. Man. Well,
sometimes you can't blame them. We all got them cousins.
Oh, yeah. Especially around here. Well, this next one is about, it's kind of divided. Some believe it's a cryptid. Some believe it's a ghost. It's called Huggin' Molly. Huggin' Molly is often described as a 7-foot-tall creature or being that is said to be as big around as a bale of cotton and dressed in all black robes and roams the streets of Abbeville. I believe that's how you say it. It's said that if she sees you out alone at night, she'll chase you down, grab you tight, hug you, and scream in your ear. Ugh.
That's creepy all on its own.
Oh, yeah. Gosh. One local man claimed that his father said that he had an encounter with the creature and he believed him. When he was a boy, he was out for a stroll one night and began hearing thumping sounds coming from behind him. The next thing he knew, there were a big set of arms wrapped around him, and he heard a big old scream in his ear that left it ringing for a good while after.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Golly, that's whew.
A lot of
That's just
people,
wild.
yeah, a lot of people say it's an old wives' tale type thing to keep kids from sneaking out at night.
Right.
But either way, it's pretty cool legend and story.
That it definitely is. I mean, golly, who would sit and think of something like that? You know,
Yeah, I
if it
know.
is, you know, it's like that's
Now,
pretty creepy.
Do you folks think it's a cryptid or a
Yeah.
spirit?
Let us know
in the
what you
comment.
think.
Yeah, yep. Let us know what you think in the comments. And a lot of these stories I found on a website called the Spook Shack. She's got some pretty incredible stuff on there. I tried emailing her, hadn't heard back, but let her know I was going to use these and link to her. There'll be a link in the description. But I found these and reworded them for our
Good
script.
deal.
So our last cryptid is probably the most famous from Alabama,
Yeah.
and that's the white thing.
Yeah. Now I've heard about the white thing. Even like
Oh,
I said here
I-
in Tennessee. Actually, I've heard about that all my life.
I've been hearing about it too, and it's not thing, THING. It's THANG. But
Yeah, like I say, a thing.
yeah, thing. How do I say thing? Do I say it thing or thing?
Thing.
How do I say it?
I'm not really sure. Never paid attention.
Anyway, if you search about it online, you'll find tons and tons of sightings going back all the way to the 1930s. The creature is said in some cases to look like a Bigfoot in appearance, or possibly Bigfoot's albino cousin. It's said to be 7 to 9 foot tall, covered in thick white fur, and has glowing red eyes. Folks say that it either walks upright or runs on all fours. Now, I will say, I've heard some people say, no, it's not anything like a Bigfoot.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of folks, man, getting some heated debates. On
Yeah,
that
I
one.
saw that online.
Yeah.
It seems pretty split. About half the people think it's a white colored Bigfoot with red eyes. The other half, what was it? I think I've seen maybe a kind of a like a pale white creature with no fur.
Yeah,
I
and
can't-
I've heard a lot of folks claim said it was like real tall, but it was real skinny with white fur.
Oh, interesting.
Maybe it's different ones.
Oh, maybe somebody caught it and shaved it.
Maybe
I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to get put in the middle of this debate, but I mean, it could be either way. It could be, either
Yeah,
one.
you never know.
I've never seen it. I can't say. But another thing that people agree on is there's a strong odor to it. Now, Bigfoot does have a strong odor to it, but people say this thing, the white thing, smells like rotting fish. And then another thing people seem to agree on is that it has a loud scream that it lets out. And they say it sounds like a woman screaming at the top of her lungs. Folks will report that they hear random screams coming from the woods near their homes or towns, and it's often seen as a bad omen. So we got a bunch of stories sent in to us by I mentioned him earlier. His name's Dan Barnwell, who sent us in, I think it was 3 stories. From
they're really good too.
They're really good. I think Jared was going to read the first one, but I just wanted to give him a quick shout out. And I think the first one actually goes back to the 1930s, like we talked about.
Yeah, all the way back to the 1930s, and he's titled this one, the Woodcutter's Encounter. It said, now this was told to him by his pastor, who was in his 70s. So he told me, said in the story, back in 1986. So he was in his late teens or early 20s when it happened. Said, Brother Barnwell, said, don't you live in Hurricane Mountain or on Hurricane Mountain? Said, I had a friend said that wouldn't cross that old mountain day or night. Said he lived in Rabbit Town. One winter day, said he hauled a load of firewood down in the square in Jacksonville to sell. Said he was in his old wagon. So he sat there until it was late in the afternoon. So finally he sold his firewood and delivered it. So by then, said it was getting dark. And since there was both cars and horses and stuff on the road, he didn't want to go home over White's Gap to get home. Said he was afraid his horses and wagons would be either, hit by a car or a truck or something. So he decided to take the old thorny road over Hurricane Mountain. Said this would take a few minutes longer, but it was a lot safer. Said my friend said that he started over the mountain. So there were, weren't no houses or anything tall. Said the road winds back and forth in a constant steady climb. Said, but there's very few steep grades. Well, after a while, said he heard something walking in the woods. Said it seemed to be following him. Said he stopped the wagon and listened. Nothing. He started on his way again. Well, said the horses didn't seem spooked at all. Said, well, maybe it was just an old lost hound dog or something other following him. Said again, he clearly heard something walking, crunching in the dry leaves. Said he was definitely being followed. Well, said he stopped the wagon again, and again, heard nothing. Said the woods was silent, the way they sound when there's a predator moving around. Said at the top of the mountain, said the old road crosses Forney Road. Said there's vines. People call the old road the Vineyard Road. Said when the Woodcutter come along with his horse and wagon to the Vineyard Road, said he heard something running in the woods. Said it weren't running away, but directly toward him. Said suddenly a white being, shaped exactly like a person, come running out of the woods and jumped up into the wagon. Said it was the whitest of whites. Said old Woodcutter thought that, maybe it was an angel or a devil or death or what. Said he fell over the seat and landed in the bed of the wagon, expecting to die, right there. Well, said the old white thing took the man's place on the wagon seat, and the horses continued pulling the wagon as if nothing had happened. Said the old Woodcutter laid in the bed out there and watched for the next 10 minutes as that old white thing rode on the seat of the wagon till the Forney Road ended, when it intersected with White's Gap Road on the other side of Hurricane Mountain. Said it was right there. Said that old white thing said jumped off that wagon and run back into the woods. Said the man climbed back up on his seat and continued on to his home in Rabbit Town. Said he never again in his whole life crossed Hurricane Mountain. Said because he knew for sure the old white thing was real.
Whoa.
Man.
Yeah. Man, that is wild.
That definitely is.
What gets me is how it knew how to drive the carriage.
Yeah, is it one of them things too where it could be like maybe it was maybe once like solid human was it, or maybe had it just seen it done before.
Oh, yeah.
By hiding in the woods and watching. Yeah,
so
like I said,
I wonder if it. Yeah, I also wonder if it was just. I mean, it sounds like it was pretty fast. And it sounds like it just wanted to ride for.
Yeah, and one thing that got my attention with it that's really, really stuck out to me in the story is the part where it said the horses it didn't bother.
Yeah, that too.
And usually animals like that, they just
they
freak out.
Horses spook easy.
Yeah.
So easy. You be riding a horse, get thrown off when a jet goes over.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, just a loud pop, a twig snap real loud, and
Yep.
they'll jump. So I said, but for that to come run out of the wood and jump up there and everything, and they sense stuff like that too,
Uh-huh.
So everything, then that to come, run out of the woods and jump up there, everything.
Something had to be calming about that thing.
Yeah, it could
I
be.
wonder if it was
like,
putting off some pheromones or something, maybe.
very possible, or it could be, like you said, kind of like talking to them or communicating with them like telepathically or something.
Oh, could have been. Could have been. Hard to say.
Yeah,
Definitely. Yeah.
as we always say, the not knowing is what makes it so interesting.
Yeah. I mean, my mind was racing that whole time.
Yeah, mine was too, man.
So the next one Dan sent, he notes was sent. No, someone told him in the 90s.
Yeah.
They worked for the. It's called the Squirrel Hunters Encounter. So this person worked for the Army's Corps of Engineers as a surveyor. My grandpa did, I think, too.
That's neat.
This happened sometime in around 1950. Since he had surveyed these mountains, my buddy and I knew every ridge. Oh, sorry. Since we had surveyed, my buddy and I knew every ridge from Waterworks Holler to Chimney Peak. We saw some fox squirrels up in there, and when hunting season came in, we decided to go up there and try and shoot a few. We got there before daylight and went up to the ridge and climbed up to the next one over. I got sat down in a comfortable place and watched the darkness turn to dawn. I was listening to the world wake up when I spotted my buddy coming alongside the ridge looking at me. I stood up and waved, and he motioned for me to come meet him. When I got up to him, he was scared to death. I asked, "What's wrong?" He said that he would tell me when we got back to the road, but right now we needed to get out of the woods. We hurried down the road. I could tell something had really spooked him. When we got to the road, I asked him what happened to him. He said, "I saw a solid white man." He said that he saw it wading along through the woods, walking along through the woods. He sat very still until he was sure it couldn't see him or hear him, and then he took off down the ridge. He didn't know what the thing was, and neither did I. Neither one of these men had ever heard of the white thing.
Man. That's wild right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, man.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I was picturing it in my head while I was reading.
Yeah. Wow. That's just one of them that it's just mind blowing.
Oh, yeah. Out hunting squirrel and see something like that.
Yeah,
I wonder if it was after the squirrels.
Hey, that's very possible. They got to eat something.
Yep. I mean, that's a good source of food.
Yeah, it'd be good protein. A lot of a lot of something else too. I've seen a lot of people getting debates over whether they're carnivore or herbivore. Meat eaters or plant-based eaters. So maybe this one.
We need to find some poo before we can decide that.
Right.
Analyze it.
I got berries.
uh,
Now we know.
Yep. Yep.
But yeah, to be out hunting, you're expecting to get out, go hunting, get you some squirrel, go back, have you some squirrel and dumplings or something, not happening.
Yep.
That day did not go the way they was thinking.
That's a shame, too.
Yeah. Man. Well, are we ready to move on to the next story?
Yeah, I think this is Dan's personal story.
Yeah. All right. Says this story the other day that I saw the Alabama white thing. So during the late summer of 1970, my buddy Steve and I were sitting around with nothing to do. Back in, the Jacksonville City dump was still active, and it was less than a mile up the old Forney Road to it. So people would dump unwanted puppies at the dump. And, they grow up wild by foraging through the garbage for scraps and, catching rats and possums, things like that, because it's plentiful up there. Well, these wild dogs was a nuisance because we had hounds for hunting, and things like that, and they'd come in to heat. Well, the wild dogs would come in from the mountains and attack our dogs. So there's always a pack of wild dogs. So we did our best, keep them thinned out. There weren't no other option. So, but on this particular day, we decided to walk up the old iron ore pit with a .22 rifle. There was a freshwater pool at the iron ore pit. It never went dry, even in the hot season. If there was any wild dogs hanging around in the water, so we was going to get them. Now, the iron ore pit was situated between two very steep ridges, not very high, but to drop down to the water hole was almost a cliff. We decided to approach the pit by popping up the top of the ridge and looking down at the pool of the water, to see what was there. And that's what we did. When we come sneaking across the top of the ridge there, I saw something run up the opposite side of the ridge. I said, there goes something. Well, that something only run a short distance, and then it stopped behind a big old longleaf pine tree trunk. We were standing there looking for it, and it stepped from behind the tree. It stood there in plain sight. It was shaped like a person, but it was white as a neon light. The whitest white I have ever seen. Best way I can describe it is to say that it looked like pure energy. It weren't big, only about the size of a regular person. There weren't no hair. I didn't see any claws. It didn't seem to have any facial features, like eyes or nose or a mouth. So we was probably 60 or 70 yards apart, looking directly at it. But it was on the other ridge. Old Steve said, what is that thing? I didn't know what it was, but I wanted to try to figure it out. I was curious. Well, Steve started backing up. I said, don't run. But Steve run. And I decided that I didn't want to figure out what it was by myself. So I run too. Now both of us could, move back then. So now both of us could move back in. And we was a flying down that trail to the road. I don't blame him. I would be too. My old legs would be running in circles like the old road runner. So I was probably about a half mile sprint to the Forney Road. So when we come a jumping off onto the bank on that old dirt road, so we looked back, and that thing weren't no more than 20 yards behind us. Steve raised his rifle up, pulled the trigger without aiming. Bang. He missed it, I guess, anyway. But that thing ain't running back into the woods. And we stood there and caught our breath. Then we started walking down that road home. Steve asked me, he said, what are we going to tell everybody? I said, we ain't going to tell nobody anything. 'cause they'll think we're crazy. So we kept it a secret for a few years. Said, but we'd be drinking with our buddies or something like that, and then we'd tell them about the white thing. And we'd all pile into the truck and ride over to Hurricane Mountain, try to see it. But we never did. I still live on Hurricane Mountain. And there's a rock crawler, an off-road club that's there now, where the encounters happened. But I don't know. But man, like I said, that's a wild one right there.
Yeah, I'm wondering if what was it? Oh, an off-road club. Yeah.
Yeah, the off-road club.
So there's people with ATVs and I guess the gators up there four-wheeling a lot. I'm wondering if they ran into it, was what I was thinking there at the end.
That's very possible. Either that or maybe if with all the noise or something, they just kept it run off.
That's that too. Man. It's another hunting story too.
Yeah. And maybe it kind of attracts to hunters. Or maybe if it's one of the creatures, maybe if it's like really connected with nature.
Doesn't like the hunting?
Right. Maybe it don't want none of the animals hurt. Even though the people are hunting for food, to feed their families with, the way it sees it is danger.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a protector.
Yeah, protector of the forest.
Yeah, very possible. Let us know what you folks think.
Yeah, and big thank you, Dan, for sending these stories in. It's crazy. I was telling Jared, we were going to record this last week. I didn't have these stories from Dan yet. I think I just got them yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon.
Something happened the last two times we tried to record this, and then today it worked out, and I had these awesome stories from Dan that I just they're out of the ballpark.
Absolutely, home run with these brothers.
Yeah.
So thanks so much for sending these in.
And I'll probably feature these maybe in individual stories as well.
That'd be neat.
Yeah. So much later they'll be in their own stories. But thank you again, Dan, and big thanks to the Spook Shack. I would not have found out about a lot of these stories without the Spook Shack.
Yeah, big shout out to them.
Yeah, and I'll link the Spook Shack in the description. It looks like she's got like a blog, and she's been doing 50 states for cryptids, as well as some haunted locations. So that's real neat.
Definitely.
Well, I hope you guys like this one.
Absolutely, folks. Be sure, if you're new, please subscribe.
Oh, shoot. I almost forgot to ask. Did you know of any White Thing stories, Jared, that you had heard?
Just really, like I said, just kind of the basics of, like, I haven't really heard any stories per se on them. I've just heard a lot of people, saying, yeah, I've heard, I've seen the White Thing,
That's
like at a distance and things like that,
That's what I've heard too. I had a hard time finding stories, but Dan had a bunch.
Yeah. But like I said, Alabama, man, just an amazing place.
Yeah, let us know in the comments what you thought of the Alabama cryptids, and if you want us to keep on doing this, I'm sure you will. I mean, everybody loved the West Virginia one.
Absolutely, yeah. We got a ton of good feedback about that.
Mm-hmm. I'll probably share that one out again here soon, but man, these were good.
These was, man. Like I said, these was just awesome.
Oh, and also in the comments, do you have a state you want us to do next? Right now we're thinking mostly Appalachian states, and once we finish up, we might go into beyond the hills.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go on into the Ozarks next. But if you have a state you want us to do, I mean, I had thought maybe South Carolina or maybe Jared's home state of Tennessee. Heck,
Yeehaw.
we could do Virginia. We hadn't done Virginia.
Right.
New
right.
Jersey, New York.
Yeah.
Did I say South Carolina?
I don't remember.
The Carolinas.
Yeah, yeah.
And Georgia.
Yep.
Did I cover them all?
Georgia, Alabama, yeah. Just all the Appalachia.
Yeah, all the Appalachian states.
Appalachian state.
Yeah. I was just trying to go through them in my head.
But yeah, like I said, we want to try to go through and, we want to do all of these and, like I said, and more because,
it's fun.
We love our Appalachian history. That's our main part. That's our main go-to thing, But we also love, spooky stories and neat things about cryptids and things like that from other places too.
Yeah. I had a blast researching these stories and finding these stories. And then we got Dan's stories.
That was a cherry on top of the ice.
That was yes. I mean, it's so awesome to be able to share out these stories. I do it every week. I feature somebody's stories, but how awesome is it that these stories are being preserved on this channel?
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah, definitely, man.
But thank you all for tuning in. And, as Jared was saying, be sure to like, subscribe, share this out. I mean, go tell your mailman to watch it, for crying out loud.
Right, tell the dogs, the cats, everybody.
Yeah.
Tell them you was out in the barn. Drag a TV out there to them.
Yeah. Well, thank y'all for tuning in. We appreciate every one of y'all. And
definitely.
Have a good evening. And we'll catch you in the next one.
God bless you and your kin, and have a good one.
Hey, folks. Welcome to another Spooky Appalachia. This week, we've got a fan-submitted story from a fan who may have seen some Civil War ghost marching on many, many years after the end of the battle. It took place in Arkansas back in 2003 or 2004. When my middle girl was a teenager, about 20 years ago, her best friend had moved to a little town about an hour away from us outside of Huntington, Arkansas. The girls begged me to bring my daughter to spend the weekend with her. So I called the girl's mom and made sure that she would be at home and that it was okay to spend the weekend. The arrangements were made. I dropped my daughter off after school that Friday, and the mom would bring her home that Sunday after church. We started as soon as she got off the bus, and it got dark before we could get there. I don't remember much about the town except it had an old country store. There was a sign that said, established in 1880. The way the place looked was like we had stepped back in time about 100 years. I told my daughter, this place really creeps me out. Something's wrong here. But she begged me to let her stay. We got to her friend's house, and I really didn't doubt that her mom would protect my daughter, so I let her stay. As I headed for the hour drive home, I still couldn't shake that feeling that something wasn't right. It was a dark night, and the road was long. I didn't see a soul until something brown flashed on my passenger side of my car, and I felt a bump. I thought I had hit a deer, so I stopped to make sure it was dead. When I got to the front of the car, nothing was there. No blood trail, no damage to my car. I looked at both sides of the car, and no signs of damage or an animal. That really creeped me out because I knew I had hit something. And then there I am in the middle of the road, black as night, except for the light of my headlights. I walked around the car one more time, and that's when it happened. I stepped into something like a wall of static electricity. It hit me from head to toe. I'd only felt this one other time in my life, and that was years before this incident. I knew that I had stepped in the middle of a spirit. I stood there, and it felt like the feeling would go away and then come back over the next couple minutes. I let them pass through me and then headed to the car, locked the door, and drove on home. I knew what had happened, but getting anyone to believe me was a totally different story. Later, I did some research on the area at the local historical society. Apparently, many years before, a regiment of Confederate soldiers had marched in the direction headed towards the Battle of Fort Smith. They lost the battle, and the Federal troops took over the town. I wonder if they continue to march to this day to a battle that they'll lose. Wow, that was an incredible story. Thank you so much for sending that in. Wow, that was incredible. Now, I have heard of people having similar experiences where they think they've hit something. They pull over, nothing there. Who knows? It's very well could be something similar. I thought it was interesting that you felt them passing through you as if they were marching on, like one after another, like there was a whole, I guess, party or troop, or I don't know, forgetting the word here, but I think it was interesting how they all passed through you one after another like that. Thanks again for this story. I really enjoyed it. Let me know if you enjoyed it in the comments, folks. And remember, you can send me a story using our Google form. I've linked it in the description, but you can also email me, spookyappalachia@gmail.com. And don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, and share out this video with your friends. It really means a lot to me, and I appreciate all of y'all that's been doing it all this time and watching all this time. But anyway, I'll catch y'all in the next one. Hey, folks! Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. This week's story, we have a special guest on. It's Joe from our friends over there at Wild and Weird. Hey, Joe, how are you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man? Thanks for having me.
This is your first time on the channel. I know Ron's been on a couple times. Brandon's been on before. But, yeah, I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's cool to finally get a chance to make it on here. I'm going to share with your listeners about my first encounter that I had with a possible Sasquatch.
Sounds awesome. Well, whenever you want to get into it.
All right. Well, I actually have all of this written down. So,
okay.
For any of your listeners who, when you're listening to the story and you're hearing specific details, it's because as soon as I had this experience, I was big in journaling and writing things down. in this time period of my life, and I still do that to a degree, especially when it comes to research. But back in September of 2001, I was going out and just taking a look at an area where I'd spent tons of time. I grew up out in the forest, and the little town that this was in was called Hernshaw, West Virginia. And the area that I was going to was adjacent to our property where we lived. We had several acres, and it was all mountainside. The mountain behind us was owned by a timber company. And for anybody who's not familiar with how timber companies operate in the mountains, they only timber 1/4 of the mountain at a time, because if they took the entire mountain, it would cause serious land erosion issues and landslides and things like that. They want to be able to resell this property eventually, so they don't want to completely destroy it. So at any given time during this mountain's life, it is cut clean, or it can be, about 15, 20 years old. So the specific area that I was going to was just over the other side of our property. And I was able to get into a natural tree blind because it was made of mountain laurels. And the mountain laurels grow in areas where, the tree canopy opens up and you have sunlight hitting the forest floor. The area was really dense and thick on my side because our end wasn't timbered. But just across this small mountain stream, there was just barren land that had been cut about 5 to 6 years previously. So you had young saplings that were growing, but mostly undergrowth. So it was a lot of blackberries, a lot of vegetation, things that make for good food. And those kind of areas are really good if you're a hunter. And I was going to go scout that area the same as I did every year, and just look to see what was out and about, because in September, the only thing that's in season was squirrel season. So I wasn't prepared to hunt for anything. I had a .22 rifle with me, but that was it. And when I got close to my spot, I noticed something large and black. And I thought, oh, cool, here's a bear. I'm going to get over here into my little spot in the mountain laurels, and I'm going to sit and watch it. And when I got into place, I quickly realized that what I was looking at was not a bear. I was looking at a small juvenile Bigfoot, for lack of any better term. If you think about how children play, now being a father and having 2 toddlers, it reminded me of my kid. Very human. It was playing in the open and doing these really terrible half-done cartwheels. Like if you put your hands down on the ground and just kind of fling your lower half around, that's kind of how it was moving. And
that's how I still do them.
Right. I mean, I have to do them that way. I'm not flexible enough. And but it was throwing its arms up in the air and playing. It was just playing. And then I looked off to the right, and I noticed above it, closer to the tree line, there was a very, very large object, creature. And it was setting down on its haunches, and it was using its right hand to smack and drag across an old left behind tree that was left to rot. And timber companies will do that from time to time, especially if it's a tree that's already got rot present. They're not going to haul it out of the woods. They're just going to leave it where it falls. And this thing, knowing what I know now, was probably looking for grubs or some kind of an insect that's breaking down the tree matter. It's those trees, as they decay, they're full of insects, from termites to isopods, different funguses growing in and on them. So I'm assuming it was going after food. Now, the other one was about roughly 50 feet, between 30 and 50 feet. I know that that's kind of a large breadth, but from my position and at the angle, it was really hard to determine the distance between those two. But the other one was down, and it was kind of setting on the back of its legs, like with its just the front parts of its feet on the ground, and it was digging in the dirt. It looked like it was digging for roots. And I recognized what that was doing because, you know, I'd seen bear do that. I'd seen other things, just digging at the soil to get some kind of food. Now I'm watching all of this happen, and I go back to being kind of fixated on the little one and what it was doing. And I know that this story, it seems long and drawn out here, but this took just a matter of seconds. At most 20 to 35 seconds. And so I'm sitting here and observing these creatures, and I don't remember breathing when this is happening. Like you're just stunned. You're in awe of what you're seeing. Then something happened. The wind shifted. The wind blew against my back. And as a hunter, I knew I was made. I knew that at that moment, my position was given up. Maybe not my exact location, but the fact that I was there, I was going to get made. And the biggest one that was up near the tree line, it stands up, and again, back to knowing what I know now, probably made an inaudible sound, some kind of a frequency that was too low for me to hear, but was obviously audible for the other two. And they both stopped immediately what they were doing and started walking towards the big one. The three then walked off very slowly and very quietly into the tree line that was the older section of that timber cut. And I sat there and waited. And in September, there's a lot of foliage still on the trees. And I waited till I could no longer see them before I even thought I was going to move, because I was worried. I was like, what if these things come after me? I do not stand a chance at all. So I waited, and once I couldn't see or hear anything, I turned around and went back to my four-wheeler at the top of the hill and rode it back down to the house. And I did not go back out to that area for a little over a year. I actually waited until December of the following year to go, and I waited until we had a lot of snowfall. I wanted to make sure that all the leaves were off the trees so that I could see into the forest. And I wanted to make sure that if there was anything that was not white as the driven snow, that I was going to see it. So I took some extra precautions there and made sure the environment was right and that the weather was right. And I went out, and from that point, I took some measuring devices, and I wanted to know how big these things were, because after I had my sighting, I went back to the house and got on the computer and I started looking, because these were the old days of like Angel Fire,
Yeah, I had a couple of Angel Fire sites.
Yeah, and
Dragon Ball Z sites.
Yeah, well, this was the Bigfoot forums, and it's still around. The Bigfoot forums is actually still around, and they're active today. And coincidentally, the West Virginia House Rangers Collective, which is the team that we founded over at Wild and Weird, we were the Bigfooters of the Year for 2022 for the Bigfoot forums.
I remember that.
So anyway, I got onto the forum and I started looking at all these like reports, because I went to, I think it was, I can't remember offhand, but I think it was like Ask Jeeves. And I went on there and I started typing in like, big, because I knew what Bigfoot was. I grew up watching the Sci-Fi Channel and seeing the old reruns of sightings and whatnot, and In Search Of. So I found that website, looked up, and I was pretty well convinced at that time that what I had seen was a Bigfoot. So I did take out some measuring devices, went out and walked out the area where this thing was, and I was at most at any given time during this. From the small one, I was only about 30 yards. And from the biggest one, I was within 50 yards. So I was fairly close to these things, unobstructed view. And I went and measured on a stump, because the biggest one, when it walked back through the tree line, there was a tree that had been cut down. And, watching that thing walk away was burned into my brain. And I walked up to that stump and measured the stump against my leg, and with the tape that I took with me as well. But the stump where I stood hit me about mid-thigh. And as the creature walked by, it was under its knee. So this thing was probably about 7.5 feet tall, 7 to 7.5 foot. That's my guess. And then the other, the one that was smaller than it, was probably in the 6.5 foot range. So fairly large, very, very broad. And then, I went on and I tried to rationalize this. I didn't tell anybody about this for years. I tried telling my neighbor, and he was like, "Oh yeah, okay." Just kind of blew it off. And I knew nobody at school was going to believe it, and nobody was really into that kind of stuff back then at the school. It was okay to be interested in UFOs and ghosts, but Bigfoot was just a little bit much. So I didn't really tell anybody. Then I went in the military, and I continued to not tell anybody, except for one guy who I heard him talking about his experience. And so I opened up and spoke with him about mine. But I had a top secret security clearance, and I couldn't risk having anybody thinking that I was crazy and losing my job and my clearance. Then I became a minister when I got out of the military, and the last thing you're going to do is start talking to your congregation about Bigfoot. Like it just doesn't. How are you going to bring that one up? And then again, credibility at that point. You lose credibility with your congregants, and you don't want that. You got to have a certain relationship. And I wound up stepping away from leadership in the church about 5 years ago. And but I had told Ron and I had started working together years and years and years ago. We had shared some crazy stories, and then I finally told him about my story, and about some other weird things that had happened as well. And time goes on, and we wound up starting Wild and Weird West Virginia, and started the West Virginia High Strangeness Collective, and then we started Wild and Weird Radio. Now it's this wild and weird empire where everything has wild and weird something tied to it. And it's a good time. It's it actually, my grandmother even opened up, and I'll tell you a real quick story.
Okay.
A real quick story from my grandmother. This one isn't very long, but when she found out, because I did go on Finding Bigfoot back in 2021, and I was on the Search Continues episode, and I got to be friends with all those guys. And when my grandmother found out about that, that's when she confided in me an experience that she had. And mind you, this woman was there for my entire life. I spent a lot of weekends and weeks at my grandparents'. They just lived a few miles down the road, so I was always there at least 3 times a week eating dinner anyway. So, she never told me this story, but she said, well, now that I know that you're for real and you're not just out, you're really doing this and not just, having fun with it or whatever. She said that when she was, it was in the 90s, early 90s. And it was when computers first started really becoming like a household item, So she was going to the community college there in town and taking free keyboarding classes. because at that up to that point, it was very rare for anybody to have a home computer, and they were wanting to get a home computer. My grandfather was an engineer, and he could definitely use it, and she wanted to start learning how to do some clerical work. So she was taking keyboarding classes and like introduction to computers. So she was on her way home, and it was around 8:30 at night. And now this is during the summer. So 8:30 at night means the sun is still up. It's just dusk at that point, right? Probably really similar to what you're seeing in the video at the moment as you're watching this. It's about that kind of lighting. And she's driving up this mountain that has switchbacks. And for anybody that doesn't know what a switchback is, it's when you're going up a mountain and you're not going up around it in a spiral, but you're going up and then you make a turn back on yourself so tight that you can almost kiss your own butt. And you do this on repeat until you get to the top of the mountain.
There's a lot of those around here.
Yeah. So she was going up one of those, and there was this one retaining wall that was, if you go measure it, because I've gone to this area and I actually put a tape on the wall. The wall is 14, almost 14 and a half feet. And it's just a retaining wall holding up the side of the mountain. And it's the big concrete blocks, not the little retaining blocks you use for your home. These are like, 4x8 slabs of concrete. So she said this thing came up, she saw an arm come up, grab a hold of the guardrail, and then pull its body up, stepped over the guardrail, took 2 steps across the road, reached up above its head and grabbed the top of the retaining wall, and in one fluid motion went up the retaining wall.
Wow.
And by the time that she had made it around the switchback, which this retaining wall is on the switchback, like it's right where that U-turn starts. And so by the time that she had made it around the turn to look back up the mountain, this thing was already going up the hill and was out of sight. And she can mimic the way it was moving. She drew it out for me and everything. And like, I'm 100% convinced that she saw a Bigfoot. So that was really cool. And for anybody who's out there listening, you may have had some kind of a strange experience. You might not be able to rationalize what you saw or come to grips with it, but you're not alone. There's other people that might even be in your family or your workplace who've had similar, if not the same experience as you. They're just worried about the stigma that comes along with talking about it. So share your story. If by sharing your story that just makes it too much for you, maybe suggest this podcast or Wild and Weird Radio to your friend or to your family member. Let them listen to it. And then start the conversation. So what'd you think about that show? What'd you think about this? And then maybe share your experience then. See if they'll open up. You never know.
It happened with me.
Yeah.
My family just found out about it a couple months ago.
Oh, really? How did they respond?
How they respond?
Yeah.
A lot better than I thought.
Yeah, see, guys, it's not that scary. It's not that bad.
I was pretty scared about it, but they took it a lot better than I thought. It's crazy considering how long I've done this,
Right.
No, it actually showed up for my dad in his suggested videos. He was looking up something about where the town he grew up in, and I had a UFO story from it.
Oh, wow.
It came up on YouTube. He's like, whoa, that's Jimmy.
That's amazing.
Yeah. It was actually kind of funny. He called me up and he was playing the video over the phone. I was like, uh-oh.
He was like, son, is this you?
Yeah. He said, why does this have 370 views?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. But those were some great stories too, by the way.
Yeah, thanks, man. Glad I was able to share them with you guys.
I'm glad you were finally able to come on after all this time.
I know.
I think I had Ron and Brandon on. Gosh, I think that was back in 2022.
Oh,
And then
wow.
Ron was on at the end of the year or the beginning of the year. I
Yeah,
forget.
I think he was on, I think, at the beginning of this year.
Okay.
When you guys started that weird, spooky.
Yeah, I forget the name of it. The spooky, weird weekend, I think it is.
Yeah, I think something.
Yeah, I think that's it. But maybe we'll have another one with this one. We'll see if my buddy Jared gets better.
Yeah, man, just whenever you run it, buddy. And then everybody who's listening, go check out Wild and Weird Radio.
Oh, yes. I was going to say that, but yeah.
If you want to hear more stories like the one that I shared with you tonight, along with chunks of our research data, as well as a litany of other wild and weird topics, check out Wild and Weird Radio. All you got to do is go to YouTube, type in your browser Wild and Weird WV. It's going to bring you to your channel, and go ahead and mash that like and subscribe button for us and watch to your heart's content.
And if you can't find it, no worries. I share these guys out all the time. You're bound to see it coming from my channel or Facebook page.
Well, thanks, man.
I thought you already knew that I did.
No, I'm terrible with social media. I stay off of it as much as I can, honestly, and it's on purpose. But I know that I need to have more of a presence on social media, so I've been trying to be a little bit more active. I do share out your stuff over on the our talk page, but I don't really look at much.
Hey, folks! Welcome to another Spooky Appalachia. This week we've got an interesting one sent in by one of our Patreons. She goes by Linda or Sasha. I hope I said that correctly. I usually call her Linda. She had an experience back in 1978 at the famous Emily's Bridge in Stowe, Vermont. I've heard a lot about this bridge. I've never been to Vermont, but I've seen a lot of paranormal investigation stuff on it. I thought this was really interesting. So yeah, I figured I would pick this one for this week. Hello, Spooky Appalachia. This is Linda. I am known to my friends as Sasha, so I will refer to myself as Sasha in emails. I have a number of spooky stories for you, although they are not from your area. I lived all over the world, but my stories come from Connecticut and Vermont for the most part. I lived in Virginia for 15 years and have one or two from there. However, today I will be recounting one from Stowe, Vermont, because I saw your haunted bridge video in Radford, Virginia. Emily's Bridge is a covered bridge in Stowe, Vermont. It was built in 1844 and goes over Gold Brook. It is the only wooden covered bridge in the state that was built with Howie trusses and is a public roadway. So much for the general knowledge. Now on to the legend. In the 1850s, Emily, a teenage bride-to-be, was a poor girl who had fallen in love with a local wealthy boy. His parents refused the wedding, and he told Emily to wait for him on the bridge. Alas, he never showed, and Emily jumped off the bridge into the brook and rocks below, where she passed away. And now on to my experience. I was 14 years old and my family lived in Connecticut, but also had a place in Vermont where we spent much of our time. I would sometimes go with friends to a pizza place outside of Stowe. A group of us were heading back from the pizza place on a late fall night, so it was dark and cold. My friends said, "Let's go over Emily's bridge. It's supposed to be haunted." I was a bit hesitant because I was a magnet for the paranormal for all of my young life. I was not afraid, but I still was startled when I had an encounter. We drove onto the bridge and parked the car. My friends wanted to get out and look for Emily. Me, not so much, but I agreed anyway, not wanting to be left alone in the car on a dark dirt road on a wooden bridge many feet over the brook. We all walked around, but there was nothing. Still, I was getting my psychic hotline network vibes. We got into the car and started the car, turned on the lights. Everyone else was making fun of the legend. Never do that. All of a sudden, the car died. Every electrical part of the car was completely dead. No engine, no heat, no headlights. We could not get the car started no matter what. My friends began to panic because it was a desolate area at night and very cold. We were still sitting smack dab on the middle of the bridge. My friends were just talking about who was going to go outside and pop the hood and see what was wrong. Suddenly, the radio came on by itself. The only light in the car, the only part of the car that was actually working. As a song came on the radio, Emily, I kid you not, loud and sad, sung by a woman singer. This song was an Elton John song, but it was being sung by the saddest female voice. Needless to say, everyone screamed in panic because now we knew she was there. And then thankfully, out of the blue, the car started to work on its own again. And we were out of there. None of us was wanting to ever talk about it. I have not had the chance to go back, but seeing as we will be moving, I will visit there as an adult, and I will not make fun of Emily. Wow, that was a pretty crazy story. Big thanks, Linda, aka Sasha. Some of you longtime fans will notice, especially her, that this is one of our older stories, and I think I've said before that I've been in the process of going back and re-recording some of these. Yeah, I think since I'm the person reading the stories these days, it makes sense, and it'll fit better in these story collections that I've been doing. You guys have liked so much, so why not? Let me know what you think of the story in the comments. Make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't yet. Believe it or not, the liking, commenting, and subscribing helps get me out there. So definitely make sure you do that. And thanks for listening to this. It was a pretty crazy one. I'm not sure what I would do in that situation. Maybe get out and push. I don't know. Anyways, y'all have a good night, and I hope you enjoyed this. Thanks. Hey, folks, welcome to Spooky Appalachia. This week we have a fan-submitted Mothman encounter story from Cairo, West Virginia that happened July 17th in 2022. The fan found us through our Mothman sightings Facebook group. If you're not on there, make sure you hop on there. That in our Spooky Appalachia group. The fan's name was Natasha, and this one was particularly interesting because it's a recent Mothman sighting that took place in West Virginia. And she says that her friend got a photo of the creature, which is actually a first for us. So, without further ado, let's get to the story. I've seen a few people make posts looking for something fun and scary to do, so what better time to tell you about our trip to Cairo, West Virginia the other night. First, we stopped off at the old school to take a quick tour inside, but we were chased off by bats. So we went down another road, which ultimately got us lost and scared that our vehicle would roll off the hill. Well, that didn't stop us. We continued out to Silver Run Tunnel 19, but instead of walking, we decided to drive through. Upon coming to the opposite end, we looked over at a picnic table and saw what looked like two bright red lights on top of the table. The odd part was the lights would appear and disappear. So two brave souls from our group got out and took a look at them. They actually picked up two tea candle lights that were sitting out, but they were so cold and had never been lit that they couldn't use them, so they kicked the candles out into the woods, and we backed the heck up and sped out of the place. Then we decided to stop in the middle of the tunnel and turn the lights out while my son-in-law and another fella got out to check things out. We locked the doors and decided to speed off just to mess with them a bit. But then my son-in-law came hauling butt back to the vehicle and starts begging to be let back in. Once again, these two red lights followed us into the tunnel. Mind you, there were 6 of us, and we all watched these lights blink like they were eyes. And then that's when I decided to step on the gas and book it the heck out of there. The even crazier part was when we got to the bridge to come across back into the little town, we stopped, and suddenly you could hear the loudest scratching sound coming from outside the vehicle. Of course, we all say, "What the heck was that?" And we sit there for a minute. My son-in-law got out and looked. All over the vehicle and underneath, there was not a branch stuck, a twig, or anything in the road. That's when my friend caught it on camera and took this picture I've sent you. And to beat it all, this was only the second most creepiest encounter we had at Silver Run in Cairo. I can definitely say I'm done with that place. Now let's see if we can, the photos over on our website, spookyappalachia.com. Let's see if I can present that. Let's see. All right. Nope. Hide. Okay. So here it is. You can see it. For a better view, you might want to check the website, but let's see if it'll zoom in any. No? Oh well. Yeah, just to show you, it's there. It's up on the website. I can link it in the description, but I thought this was really cool because somebody sent a picture. We've had tons and tons of Mothman sighting stories, but never a picture. This time we've got one. I'm not saying it's real or fake, but it's something, and it's interesting. So let me know what you think of this story in the comments, the photo, and all that. I thought it was definitely an interesting story. Some of you guys might notice it's an older story that Phil told back when he was still around. I'm in the process of either retelling these stories or having the people that experienced them on to tell the stories. I guess when I don't hear back from them or I can't get a hold of them, I'll go ahead and retell them like this one here. I hope you guys like that idea, but yeah, I figured it'd be a good way to retell some great stories we've had in the past. Yeah, thank you for listening. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe, and everyone else, make sure you like and comment and share this one out to all your friends. And I thank you bunches for listening in and hearing me jabber. And I'll catch you in the next one. Hey, folks. Welcome back to Spooky Appalachia. How are y'all doing today? So, we've got another fan-submitted story. This time, it's a Bigfoot encounter, or a possible Bigfoot encounter, sent in by a fan. And it was in Bedford, Virginia. I believe, it says Bedford, Virginia, 1978. I was born in Roanoke, but when I was maybe 11 or 12 years old, around 1978, my family had a small weekend cabin on the Bedford end of Smith Mountain Lake. We were on a cove, and so to the left was the lake, and the right was a forest with open land. There was a barbed cattle wire fence that ran along the dirt road, so you couldn't go hiking into the woods. I had walked up the road to see if my friends were home that weekend in the house across the cove from us. They weren't there that weekend, and so I was walking back home. The lake is on my left and the wooded area is on my right. It was about 2 p.m. and the sun was very bright. I know it had to have been around July because it was so hot. We had been swimming that weekend. I was walking and glanced over into the woods and saw something very dark and semi-crouched over behind a pine tree, looking towards a small clearing in the woods at some deer. At first I thought it was a bear, but bears do not crouch like that. And thought maybe it was an Angus heifer rubbing on the tree. But it wasn't moving, and it was in a semi-crouched position. Now, I only saw the back of him. He was in the shadows of the pine trees, but he had dark hair that was almost black. Not overly long, but shaggy. It was definitely crouched on 2 legs in a hunched position behind the tree. I don't remember his head, but he did have broad shoulders. The wind was blowing to my back, so I didn't get any odor from whatever it was. I watched very briefly, and then ran very, very fast back to the house. I told my daddy, and he said to stay away from the woods and close to the house. I know when we left the next day, the whatever that was, object or human or whatever, behind the tree was not there. So I eliminated in my mind it just being a branch or something. Wow, that's a really cool old story there. The lady that sent this in told me she always believed it was Bigfoot. She didn't really say why, but definitely a fascinating one. I love these old stories like that. So please keep sending them in. For those of y'all that have been with us from the beginning, this is actually one of the first stories that was ever sent to us. I've been in the process of re-recording some of the older ones since I'm the storyteller now. Hope y'all like that better. If not, well, sorry you're stuck with me. Let me know what you thought about this story in the comments. I know I really enjoyed it. I'm sure you guys will as well. If you're new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button, and everyone else, make sure to like, comment, and get this one shared out. I really appreciate all y'all sharing me out. It really means a lot. We're really, really growing. I don't know. I guess it means y'all really like me. Thanks. I appreciate it. I really, really do. And I will catch you in the next one. Hey, folks. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. This week I've got a fan on. She goes by the name Vitriol Plays. Hopefully I pronounced that right.
Perfect.
And she's got a pretty interesting story from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I think you said it happened in 2014 or 15?
Correct. 2014.
Okay. And there were some experiences going on in your household when you guys were remodeling an attic, I
Yes.
believe?
Yeah,
Okay.
all the activity centered around my son, who was 4 years old at the time. And it started around the time that we were remodeling our attic, which was going to be his bedroom. So what happened originally was, once construction started, I took him upstairs to see what would be his new bedroom. And as soon as he got up to the top of the stairs, I was holding his hand, and he just started saying hi. And he kept repeating, hi, hi, hi. And I looked at him, and he was like, why won't he say hi to me? And I was like, okay, we're just going to go back downstairs, because that freaked me out.
Gosh.
So I didn't really think anything of it. And of course, I was home alone with him at the time. And sometimes it's scary being the adult in the house. You have to make the adult decisions. It's
Yeah.
definitely a moment that I looked around like, oh, who else is around me to support me here? But eventually, as construction continued, we started to have more events like that. And then the most extreme event was maybe about a month into the construction. It was the middle of the night, and my husband was working, of course, and I could hear my son in the other room, who again, mind you, is 4, laughing. So, 3 o'clock in the morning, he's laughing. I'm like, okay, no good can come of this,
Yep.
because he has to be doing something naughty, right? So I
Yep.
go in, and he's standing in the middle of his bedroom, and all the lights are on. So I look at him, and I just say, what are you doing? And he said that he woke up because the man that lives upstairs, which was the attic where the construction was happening, came and turned all the lights on. So I just said, oh, that's strange. Let's go back to bed. And he
Wow.
elaborated more on it the next day and told me that the person that lives upstairs, who is a ghost, is also sometimes a statue. and I wasn't sure what to make of that. And then as the months went on, he kept adding more and more to the story, like, "Oh, I found out how the man upstairs died. He died when there was music playing in the background," and he would describe like drowning scenarios and just all of these things that you would think a 4-year-old wouldn't have knowledge of.
Wow.
And a little bit more background about our house also is that because we live in a Pittsburgh neighborhood, it's a fairly old home. And we were told when we were touring the house, the inspector said that there used to be an apartment in the attic and there was a sink and everything up there. And he described the apartment, even though he had no knowledge of there ever having been anyone that lived up there, which was just mind boggling. And I didn't really have many experiences with what I would consider a ghost. Most of them have come from him. But I did at one point when all of this was happening and I was probably at my most freaked out and panicking, I did hear someone say, "Excuse me," and I felt someone touch my shoulder, and everything kind of calmed down after that.
Huh. Do you still live there?
Yes.
Has anything happened to you or him since?
He had one more episode once construction was done, and we were in his room, we were reading bedtime stories, and he looked over my shoulder and sat up in bed and started angrily yelling, "I see you! I see you!" And then eventually I calmed him down and he was able to go to bed, and he refuses to sleep in the attic now. He doesn't even go up there, but he doesn't have any memory of any of these things happening. When you ask him, he gets really scared about it.
Wow.
Yeah.
What'd your husband say about all this? Did you tell him?
Yeah, I've told him, and he's of course skeptical, as am I. I'm a sane,
Yeah.
rational person who is a scientist, so all of this seems very wild, but it's hard to believe unless you are here. There was one incident where there were a lot of people here, where he came down from the attic when he was still sleeping up there, and it was pretty late at night. It was probably around midnight, but we had people over for a dinner party, so we were down talking, and then he had gone to bed. But then he came down from the attic and he was giggling, but he also had a nosebleed and he was leaving bloody handprints everywhere and said something about the man in the attic, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. And then that was terrifying and everyone was so horrified. I was like, "You see what I have to
Wow.
live with?"
Wow. Yeah, my son's he's 3. I definitely know how you feel there with that.
Yeah. 3 is the perfect age. 3 to 5, I think, is whenever you have the most activity of people reporting seeing ghosts. So I'm glad that he
Yeah,
grew
he
out of
talks
it.
yeah, my son talks about ghosts all the time, but we brush it off. He says that there's a ghost outside standing sometimes.
Oh my goodness.
We just kind of shrug it off, but it does make you wonder where
It
it came
really
from.
does.
We've never talked about ghosts either around
Yeah,
here.
that's how I felt. I never really brought up anything like that, and I always wonder if the man in the attic had some kind of connection to the Titanic because early on he had an obsession with the Titanic too, and I
Huh.
had never told him about the Titanic. Like, how would he know about that?
That's so strange.
Yeah.
I think one of the creepiest parts was when you said he was like a statue.
Yeah, what
Like
does that
I could
mean?
just picture this like an old man standing in a like a bedroom attic type thing, frozen like a
Yeah,
statue. That's crazy. It sounds like a residual type haunting.
it does.
They
All
say
the bits and pieces,
sometimes,
yeah.
yeah, they say that sometimes that doing construction and stuff on houses can stir that kind of stuff up. So who knows? Who knows? It's
I was
definitely
very
creepy.
thankful. I was thankful that it calmed down after
Yeah,
the
that's
construction.
that's really good. It didn't sound like it did any harm either, so that's
Mhm.
also good.
Agreed. I had some local ghost hunters offer to come in and look around, but I didn't want to stir anything up. I was like, "No, thank
Yeah,
you."
I would be afraid if it wasn't no harm was coming or wasn't
Yes.
really disturbing anything to bring them in and stir it up more. Definitely, I would.
Yeah, we lost some sleep, but that was about it. So if that's the worst that happens, then
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and at that age, you lose all kinds of sleep, which I do pretty frequently now.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, I really appreciate you coming on and sharing this story. I know you have a Twitch channel that I come by and check out every once in a while. Do you want to tell my viewers about your Twitch channel? Maybe they can
I
come
would
check
love
you
to.
out.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do
Uh-huh.
stream occasionally. My Twitch name is Vitriol Plays, and I like to stream point and click adventure games, role-playing games, really anything that strikes my fancy, but I love a good story in a video game. So I'm looking for some suggestions on what to play. We also have a podcast, onceuponawasteland.com,
Yeah, I've
found
seen
wherever
that.
podcasts are found. And most of my time goes to that rather than streaming, but I do stream occasionally. So thank you for the support.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, definitely be sure and check her out. And again, thanks for sharing this story. If you have a story you'd like to share, you can email me, spookyappalachia@gmail.com. You can submit a story using our Google form. And newly added, just a couple days ago, I started a Facebook group, Spooky Appalachia, where you can share your stories. A couple people have shared some stories on there already. And big thanks to our Patreons who support us: Adam, Alvin, Brandon, Charles, Chris, Danielle, Donald, Jeff, Jonnie, Jordan, Julia, Linda, Misty, Cheryl, Taylor, and our content creator Patreon, Scott, who's an author. You can check out his link tree in the description below. Werewolf Radar. They're a paranormal comedy podcast. Their link's in the description. And our very own Jared King TV. His link to his YouTube is in the description as well. I will put a link to your Twitch channel and podcast in the description also. Does that sound good?
That's
Yeah, no problem.
fantastic.
Get me some links and I'll add those to the description as well. And well, thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to like, subscribe, and comment and all that jazz, and we'll catch you in the next one. Hey, folks. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. I'm Jimmy, and joining me is my co-host, Jared.
Hey, folks. Sorry, I came in a little early on that one.
So
I got excited.
Yeah, we've been wanting to record this for a couple weeks. Also note, I called Jared my co-host.
Yep.
Going forward, I think it makes sense to refer to Donald and Jared on the channel as my co-hosts, since, you know, it's basically what they are.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. So we decided to go back and try and re-record some of these old 2022 stories, since that best of 2023 stories is doing so well. It's doing phenomenally well. It's getting 20, 30 views a day for some reason. I don't get it, but you know, I want to give y'all what you want.
It's doing really good.
Yeah. So we're re-recording this, not but as y'all know, Phil read those stories. He's no longer with the channel, so I feel kind of funny reusing those and leaving those out there. So what we're gonna do is re-record these stories. One will we'll have them in this collection. I think I might do multiple parts to it. I don't know. We'll see how long this turns out. And re-release the stories as individual story videos over time, and take the old ones off, since these are also 100 times better. Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I guess we'll get on right down into it. Guess Jared, you introduce us for this first one.
All right, folks. Now, as he said, I'm your co-host, Jared Jerry King TV. So, in this first one we have here, it's possible spirit sightings at the Haunted Trestle in Radford, Virginia.
Hey, Spooky Appalachia. I saw your video and story on this haunted trestle here in Radford, Virginia on YouTube, and I found it very interesting. I had never heard of this and lived in Radford since 2003. I found your videos while looking around on Google after seeing something strange in the same area on Saturday, September 10th, 2022. It was later in the evening and the sun was starting to go down, maybe around 7 p.m. I was on a dog walk on that new trail with a friend of mine. I had just passed the trestle when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye. I turned around and so did my friend. Then we looked at each other. My friend asked how the lady walking in the other direction got behind us. There was a lady walking towards the trestle in a long white dress, but we had no idea how she got behind us. We never saw anyone. The area is completely flat, and you could probably see someone coming from almost a mile away. We both shrugged and kept walking. I turned back around maybe 30 seconds later, and she was gone. We thought it was very strange. And after looking up the area, I saw that there were a few deaths in that location in regards to the bridge and found your video. I've been enjoying these stories so far and just wanted to say, keep up the good work. Amy.
Man, that was a real good one.
So that haunted trestle, I don't know. People
trestle.
got really ticked off at the way I pronounced it.
Well, you know, it's like any other thing. You know, all throughout different parts of Appalachia, people has different ways of saying stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why people get so triggered by that.
Yeah, some people says trestle. I've always just said, a trestle.
Trestle, huh? Oh yeah.
So, like I said, it's just a lot of it depends on just where you're from.
Yeah. But I think that was the very first location video I ever filmed.
That was really neat too.
I remembered being at a cross country meet as a kid down there. It was a cross country track, and somebody telling me, "Hey, did you ever hear that trestle over there is haunted?" I said no, and he said, "You can see the ghost of a lady on it at night." I reached out to the town of Radford, Virginia, shortly after starting this, and people sent all kinds of stories about they were too short to use on here, but that they had seen strange stuff over there. Right. And apparently what happened, two people, one was the roommate of one of the people, two people fell off or jumped off that thing in the 80s. I think, or it was maybe one in the 80s and one in the 90s.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And one of them was the roommate of the person that it happened to. So
dang.
I believe that, I think. And some people said they saw something. Some lady said she could see it from her house.
Man.
And now me and Donald are talking about going over there and refilming that place.
That would definitely be one to do like a really neat revisit to,
Yeah, it would. Yeah, it would. So yeah, that is an interesting story too. That I know that area. It's pretty flat, just like it says, and you could totally see someone pretty far away.
Oh yeah, because I mean, even at the angle it's at, where you was filming at, I remember the video plainly, And you can see it plainly. So, yeah, like you said, if anybody was crossing it, you'd be able to see it a mile away.
Mm-hmm.
Very plainly.
Mm-hmm.
And if I seen something really spooky, I would never go back.
I've been back. I hadn't seen
But
nothing spooky, but
well, that's, I got to admit, I mean, even just looking at it on the video, it does have a really strange vibe to it.
it does. It definitely does. I've been fishing under it though.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think it was actually a good spot too.
Maybe the fish was all trying to run away from it, too.
Maybe.
They saw the bait.
Yeah. Well, folks, I guess that's it for this one. We'll catch you in the next one. And if you're listening to the collection story, we're going on to the next story.
Absolutely.
All right. So this next one was sent in by a fan. It's called Family Folklore from West Virginia.
Now, this story is about my third or fourth great-grandfather, his oldest brother, who I will be calling Richard for the rest of the story, and his youngest brother, John. That's not their names, but it's what I'm going to call him for the simplicity and, just to keep their names private. My family has lived in what's now West Virginia since shortly after the American Revolution. Now, this story takes place back in the 1820s or 1830s. Richard, his brothers, and his sisters lived in a holler, and over a hill in another holler. All their cousins and their cousins' families and everybody lived. At the top on the hill, out on one of the ridges, was a family-owned cabin that during the fall and spring and mild winter evenings, the cousins would go to. And there they drank, gamble, play music. Richard's family didn't really partake in these activities, except for John. Well, late one evening, Richard and his family were woken up by something beating on the door. He got up and answered. He found John very angry, very intoxicated. Now, old John was demanding his brother let him borrow a gun. Well, he kept going on about how the cousins had cheated and robbed him. And he was going to go back over the hill and do away with them all. Richard told him he weren't giving him a gun or nothing like that, and for him to go on home, sleep it off, and calm down. Well, after a bit, John went stumbling off into the night. Next morning, Richard got up, and before he began his farm work for the day, he saw John walking up the road toward his house. As John got closer, Richard could tell that he had been in the fight. His face and hands all swollen, bruised, and had several cuts on his face. Just like the night before, John demanded his brother let him borrow a gun. But again, Richard said no and told him he needed to calm down. After several minutes of arguing, John tried barging past Richard, causing Richard to assault his own brother to keep him from entering his house. John cursed at his brother and promised one day he'd get revenge on his cousins. Well, months went by, and eventually John and Richard made up and started talking again. Then one day, in late spring, John and one of the cousins come to Richard's house. Well, they was laughing and carrying on, and clearly been drinking, but was in good spirits. Well, John asked his brother if he could borrow some tools. They was heading out to the ridge and start collecting firewood and everything for the long winter. Richard said that he was glad they had made up and told them that any tools they needed was free to take. Well, later that evening, John returned his brother's tools, and a cart of firewood as payment for letting him borrow the tools. Well, they talked for a bit before John continued down the road on to his house. A few days went by. One afternoon, Richard was visited by one of the cousins from over the hill, which is pretty uncommon. Well, after the exchange of, niceties, he asked Richard if he'd seen his brother. Well, Richard told him how him and his brother had come, requesting to borrow tools, but he hadn't seen them since. The cousins explained that they had found their brother's cart, tools, and some wood in a ravine, but hadn't been able to find the brother. They had even went down into town and, checking in case that he had been, injured down there or something or other, or went in town, for help from the town doctor. Well, Richard promised to keep an eye out, and with that, he went to cousins over the hill. Word of the missing cousin spread throughout the town hollers, and there was gossip about what might have happened and how John might have done something, but nobody really knew or had any evidence of any wrongdoing. Well, months had passed, and particularly long and brutal winter set in. It was so harsh. Richard, John, and their brothers, and even their sisters' families moved in with Richard so they could pool their resources to survive that brutal winter. Eventually, a pile of wood started running mighty low. It was then decided by the next clear day they'd have to wade out, attach some sleds to the cart and stuff, and head up to the ridge to gather more wood. John told him he knew of a good place. Him and his cousins had, found that had enough large timbers to get them through the winter. And after a few days, it was a clear and reasonable warm day. It was warm enough that the snow had started to melt in some areas. John and Richard and their brothers, sisters, and husbands, and even some of the oldest young'uns got together, gathered up some tools, and began to trek up there to the ridge to gather more firewood. Once out on the ridge, they got to work sawing, chopping, splitting, filling up their carts and sleds. Suddenly, all work come to a halt when they heard John screaming. They rushed to the noise and saw John sunk up to his chest in mud, screaming, flailing and everything, having an awful fit. Well, they rushed to him, attempting to calm him down and pull him out. But the harder they pulled, the more it seemed that the mud pulled back. Well, finally, with a strong pull, they freed old John, but his legs and stomach had been ripped to shreds. His tore up pants and shirt soaked in blood and mud. Well, they sprung into action. One of the brothers jumped on a horse and took off down to the ridge toward town to grab a doctor. Richard and my great-great-great-grandfather pulled John to a sled, tried to get him to the house, get him in dry clothing, try to deal with his injuries. And by the time they got there, John had passed from shock and blood loss. An hour or so later, the brother and the doctor arrived. Even though he was dead since it was already getting late, the doctor agreed to stay and clean up the body. And in the morning, he'd head back down into town, tell the preacher, they'd have a service, try to bury John the next day. Well, they melted some snow in a bucket, brought the doctor some old rags and stuff that he'd used cleaning John's body. The doctor requested a small bowl filled with water, and the doctor started pouring small rocks out of John's legs and dropping them into the bowl. After a bit, the doctor pulled out some rocks, wiped them off, and held them up to the lantern to see them better. With a gasp, the doctor started towards the door, grabbing his coat, telling the family to bury or burn John's body. That he would not do anything else or stay a second longer in that house with it. Confused, the family started begging him to explain, what in the world was going on, why he was acting that way. Doctor pulled Richard to the body, grabbed a handful of the rocks from the bowl, and dropped them into Richard's hand. After getting close to the light, getting a better look at the objects, Richard turned white and nearly collapsed. The doctor hadn't pulled rocks out of John's legs, but nearly a dozen teeth and finger bones. To this day, the family's convinced John killed their cousin, but their cousin got his revenge.
Dang. That's
Man.
That one sounded like more of a Jared King TV story than a Spooky Appalachia.
Yeah, that did sound like one that had to come out on my channel, don't it?
Yeah, it does. I think this one came out. We got this one before I met you, even.
Yeah.
Also,
Man,
I forgot to do the introductions. So, welcome to Spooky Appalachia. I'm Jimmy, and this is my co-host, Jared.
It's always a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
Finally, again.
Yep. Yep. Man.
I mean, can you imagine, after going through such a harsh winter, and then on top of that, it all being, family related.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you start finding things like that, in the dead body. I mean, I just
teeth.
Yeah.
Teeth, though. Teeth.
Yeah. Teeth.
Sounds like that cousin got his revenge.
Definitely. Man. And finger bones.
Ugh.
Ah.
That's gross, too, man.
Yeah. That's. Ugh. That'd give you the heebie-jeebies.
Yep. Well, we hope you enjoyed this one. Let us know what you think in the comments, and
absolutely. Be sure and hit that like button too, folks,
and subscribe.
And subscribe if you're new. Yeah.
Yep. And if you're listening to the collection story, we're going on to the next one about a haunted hotel in Roanoke, Virginia.
Hey, folks. All right, I'm your co-host, Jared from Jerry King TV. Now, this next story here.
This is Spooky Appalachia.
Yeah, your awesome host. This amazing channel.
And I'm Jimmy.
Before we get into this, folks, be sure to reach down, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new, and be sure and share out at the end of the video. And this one is called The Haunted Hotel, Roanoke, Virginia.
This is another fan submission, which is what we specialize in here. So let's see. It doesn't say when it took place or anything, but the person works in a haunted hotel in Roanoke, Virginia. Hey, I saw your post about unexplained phenomenon. A new hotel has recently opened up here in Roanoke, Virginia. The building was a former business. Since I've been working here, me and a few other co-workers have experienced some very strange stuff in the building. We've been wanting, they had a typo there. We've been wanting to get someone in here to look at it or do a ghost hunt, but we're not sure how the owners would feel about it. I've had several things happen to me, and I'll just tell you what I've experienced. I'll chat with co-workers later to see if they're willing to share anything that they've experienced. I'm always seeing movement out of the corner of my eyes. I've had a female voice say, "Hey," as I've stepped off the elevator, and I was the only person in the lobby when that would happen. I've also been cleaning again alone in the lobby, and while I was cleaning, I would hear whistling. Like something out of the back of the lobby had just whistled at me, or someone. I've had doors open by themselves. We've had 2 separate guests check out early because they claimed that it felt like something crawled into bed with them. One guest said that something crawled into bed with them, snuggled up behind them. And another guest said that something crawled into the bed, and then they said it felt like it grabbed their wrists and started shaking them, and said, "Can you hear me?" I've also had a motion sensor water fountain turn on and off by itself several times for 30 to 40 seconds. I will say one coworker told me that she actually seen a figure standing in the lobby wearing an older 1800s to 1900s attire. They were there 1 minute and gone the next.
And I would have been the next one to be gone. I mean,
Yeah,
can
this
you imagine, man?
Yeah, this one's was a popular one on the channel for a long time that brought in a bunch of new people from Roanoke. I guess from Roanoke. They
Right.
never said which hotel it was. I had a bunch of people ask in the comments. I don't know. Honestly, they didn't want to say, so I didn't press on it.
Right.
So if you come to this one to ask, I still don't know. I wish I did. I'd like to check that place out.
Oh, yeah. But can you imagine, being somewhere like that, and for a fact, that you are the only one there,
Mm-hmm.
and then, you hear whispers, whistling in the distance, or especially that one, somebody shaking you saying, "Can you hear me?"
You know what I also thought of? Remember that Whistler story from Roanoke, Virginia that I got?
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if that's any way connected.
Hey, it's very possible. You never know.
Yeah, I don't remember the details offhand about it, but we got sent another one about I think it was a phantom whistler in Roanoke,
Yeah.
Virginia. And the lady found out that there was a guy that had lived there, I think it was maybe the 60s or something, who was known for always whistling while he walked or something like that.
Yeah, then they would hear it all over the place, and then they'd got to doing some research on the place. And one of the folks that used to own it used to whistle all the time.
Yep.
Man, that's like, ooh.
Yeah. So that maybe it's the same whistler. Who knows?
You never know.
And sorry for messing up so many times there reading that story. There was a lot of typos in it.
Yeah,
That just
sometimes if
happens.
somebody gets in a hurry trying to send us a story or something, there'll be some typos. Sometimes you just gotta try to just play it the best you can.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I struggled a little bit.
Hey,
But-
I've done it many times, man.
Hopefully that sounded all right and y'all loved this story. Definitely a popular one on here.
Oh yeah.
And I guess we'll catch you in the next one. And then if you're listening to the collection stories, that's not too far off. The next one's about I think it's a favorite of Jared's. So I'm glad he gets to read it. It's a big classic one on here about the Phantom group member from St. Albans Sanitarium.
Yes.
It was sent in by longtime fan, one of the first fans of the channel, Julie.
Yeah, big shout
Julie.
out to Julie, man.
She is a super, super fan. I mean, she's been on here a ton too.
Yeah.
Thanks for sending this story. It's a favorite of mine. It's a favorite of Jared's. Oh, and welcome to Spooky Appalachia. I'm your host, Jimmy, and joining me,
Co-host Jerry.
co-host Jared. Well, Jared, do you want to get into this story?
Absolutely. But before I get into this, folks, like I said, as always, hit that like button. If you're new, subscribe. And at the end of the video or the collection, be sure and share out.
Or we'll call the cops.
Twice. All right. This happened around the time I first started volunteering at St. Albans. It was Halloween night, and I was working at the haunted house attraction. I was stationed in the second floor hallway in a ghost costume, and when people would come, I would jump out and scream at them, try and scare them. That night, one of my daughters told me, that night, one of my daughters told me she was going to be coming with her new boyfriend, who I'd never met. She said he had been talking a lot of smack, and he's one of those people that stuff doesn't scare him. And she called and asked if I could get him good. They made it to me about 30 minutes till close. I know it's them because I hear my daughter giggling, so I get myself ready. I'm hiding in the room. I look out through a hole waiting. I see two young men, my daughter and another girl, start to go by. I stuck my head out of the hole in the wall and went, "Wah!" That was perfect timing. to do that to scare them. Then chased them down the hall. I decided to focus on going after the two young men, knowing one of them was my daughter's boyfriend, so I didn't pay much attention to the two girls. I must have done a good job because they both screeched like little girls. They ran down the hall to where my partner directed them down the stairwell. They were going down the stairwell, and I walked down to my partner and pointed out who my daughter was. I said that it's her, not the quiet one, but the one that's, laughing like a fool. I turned around to go back down the hall, and my daughter then came up and hugged me. She said, "You got him good, Mama." The girl was still behind her, so I waved at her and introduced myself. The girl, for some reason, just looked like she was just bored to death. She looked like the average middle school girl, wearing jeans, a hoodie, almost, kind of pouty looking. A few days later, I talked to my daughter and asked if they really liked the event and if they had a good time. She explained that they definitely did. So when I asked about the girl she had with her, I asked if she had any fun at all. She said she looked so bored. My daughter then said, "What girl?" I said, "I guess it was the other guy's girlfriend." My daughter said, "Mom, there weren't nobody with us. It was just the three of them, my daughter and the two boys. I know I saw this girl, and I know she was there. To this day, I still double check when I look at the groups, and I wonder." Man,
That's an amazing. Oh gosh, the dog started barking at that part. Man, I jumped up out of my seat. I was like, "Oh my gosh!"
Man.
It was exactly like you said. The timing on that was just insane. This dog, man. I swear, somebody will drop a pin down the street and he gets all tore up.
Oh, man. I wonder how many people was going to listen to this and jump when he gets to that part.
Oh, man, that'll be great.
Oh, guys, if it got you, be sure to let us know in the comments section below.
Yeah. Oh, man, this dog. Perfect timing. Well, incredible story, Julie. We love this story. She's got a couple of other ones on the channel, too. Definitely check those out. I don't know how you would identify them, so.
I'm not sure. But Julie always brings some amazing stuff.
Yep. Maybe I'll repost them out on the social medias every now and then and say this was one from our good friend Julie. That's how we can identify it. How about that?
Yeah, that'd work.
That might be a good way of doing it. All right. Well, I guess we'll catch y'all in the next one.
God bless
And
and have a good one, folks.
yep. And if you're listening to the collection, that's not too far off. So this next one was a UFO sighting sent to us by a fan. Oh, Jared's doing the introduction
Oh, wait,
this
that's
time.
Cut. All right, guys. Welcome to Spooky Appalachia. I'm your co-host, Jared.
And I'm Jimmy, your host.
And we're bringing you another really awesome story. Back from the older stuff. So before we get into this one, as always, be sure to hit that like button. If you're new, please subscribe. And at the end of the story or at the end of the collection, be sure and share out. Now, this one is possible UFO sighting in Greenup County, Kentucky.
All right. And I'm the one reading this one off. So it was sent to us by, I think he went by the name Kentucky Ghost Searchers. And the sighting was on September 29th. He said around 6:00 p.m. I was out in my front yard standing there looking over the top of the house when I saw some birds, and that's when I noticed a white object up in the sky. It was moving pretty fast, and it wasn't shaped like any aircraft that I had ever seen. And it had no sound. After watching the object for a few minutes, it just vanished. If I was not looking over the top of the house, I would have never seen it. It was very weird. I don't know what I saw, but it was not an airplane or a helicopter. I would say it was pill-shaped, possibly. I managed to snap a photo of it along with what I've sent with the story. Wait. Oh, yeah, I do have the photo. Let's see if I can share the screen on it without something too weird happening. It's a little hard to see. Present, screen share. Sharing is easy. What? Uh-oh. Let's see.
You done it again.
All right. I'm sharing it, I think. Possibly. Am I? Jared, do you see it?
I do not.
Oh, maybe it doesn't show up for you. I mean, it's pretty small. It's a little hard to see, but you can see a little white pill-shaped looking thing. I mean, that's kind of cool. It's not breathtaking or nothing, but it's kind of cool. I really like the stories,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's kind of different.
It's kind of different. It makes you wonder what these things are that people see. Again, I don't know if y'all can see this. It says I'm sharing the tab, but who knows? Who knows?
I guess the comments will let us know.
Yeah, the comments will let us know, but, if you didn't see it, you didn't really miss a ton. Not to put the story down or anything, but, with these, a lot of these paranormal or UFO stuff, it's not always super clear to begin with.
Yeah.
What do I think of it? I don't know. What do you think of it, Jared?
I remember seeing it, and it's definitely kind of it's interesting. It's definitely interesting because I mean, it can be either way, but at the same time, we do know that there are UFOs out there.
Yeah, the government has come out and said that. Right. I will say, when you take a picture of something like this with your phone, I mean, you'll see one thing. I mean, you'll see something. You'll be able to make it out a lot better than what do you take on the phone. I know I've had that experience.
Yep.
I don't know if you have, Jared.
No, actually, I have not. I mean,
Oh. You'll
as
take a
far as
picture of something far off.
that's what I was gonna say. As
See-
far as capturing like a UFO per se, but other stuff, yes, I have.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying about other stuff.
Oh, just in general, yeah.
Yeah.
Then,
You'll
yeah,
see
definitely
something, and then you take the photo. It's something far away. The detail's not as clear. I don't know. I'm not a camera person.
Yeah, so when you try
Somebody's
to pull it
gonna,
up and zoom it up, it kind of blurs it out and it kind of depixelates.
yeah.
And
Somebody's probably gonna have a field day in the comments about this one, about what it is, but whatever. Yeah. I mean, maybe he's got something. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. But it's pretty cool. And I'm glad to have the story.
definitely.
But yeah, I think that about does it for this one.
Yep,
And we'll catch you next time, folks.
that's right, folks. God bless and have a good one.
Hey, folks, this is Jimmy, and I'm joined with Jared today from Jared King TV.
Hey, folks.
And welcome to Spooky Appalachia. If you can't tell, I'm recovering from a pretty bad sinus infection, so Jared's going to do the reading today. I mean, I couldn't think of a better storyteller to kind of take my place.
Oh, thank you. It's an honor.
All right, for today's story, my friend and author Dewey Edwards sent in one of his personal stories from his childhood. It's a really great story, and I think you'll love it. And Jared, if you'll take us away for this story.
Absolutely.
I will go on mute so you guys don't hear me coughing.
In early 1971, I had a close friend who we all called Bubba. Bubba wasn't his real name, but all of his family and friends called him that. And Bubba was a special friend, you see. Bubba had muscular dystrophy and had been confined to a wheelchair for many years. Sadly, I first met Bubba during the last year of his life, although I had gone to school with his sister since the first grade. Bubba and his family was big into Citizens Band radios and had been for many years. In fact, my very first conversation with Bubba was over a cheap old walkie-talkie that we had rigged up with an oversized antenna. Walkie-talkies weren't supposed to talk that far, which was about 3 miles. But I guess fate played a hand in Bubba and I talking that day. I don't have any other explanation. Anyway, after an initial contact, Bubba and I became close friends. I went to see him several times a week and was always amazed at his cheery disposition, despite his physical handicaps. His radio knobs had been replaced with T-handles so his gnarly little fingers could manipulate them as he switched through the frequencies while he seated in his wheelchair. Bubba was an inspiration to all who knew him and had friends all over the world. A few months into our friendship, Bubba was hospitalized with bronchial pneumonia, which was very dangerous for his physical condition. His prognosis was not good, and Bubba got worse with each passing day. One night at work, I got the dreaded phone call telling me Bubba was about to pass, and if I wanted to see him alive, I had better get to the hospital quickly. I made it in time, and Bubba drew his last breath while I stood by his side, holding his hand. A couple of days later, he was laid to rest in Memorial Gardens in Springfield. Bubba's parents asked my dad if we had anywhere they could store Bubba's wheelchair, as it held too many painful memories for them to even look at, sitting empty at his radio desk. Daddy picked it up and brought it to our house, storing it in the unused bedroom upstairs, which was addressed by a stairway behind the door in my bedroom. We thought nothing more about it until that night. I went to bed as usual, and by the time I got settled in good, the door to my bedroom flew open, and a cold breeze filled the room. At this point, I just thought the wind was to blame. As I started to get up and close the door, something sat down on my side of the bed. Thinking it was my brother walking in his sleep, I took my foot and attempted to boot him off the bed. But to my surprise, there was nothing there. I looked at the side of the bed and saw an impression of someone sitting there, but there was no one there that I could see. I attempted to scream, but I was too terrified to make a sound. I hid my head under the covers, unable to move. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, which in reality was probably only a matter of minutes, whoever or whatever it was got up from my bed. I could hear the floorboards creaking as it made its way across the floor towards my brother's bed, where it again sat down. I managed to force my eyes open, and I could see the same impression on the side of his bed. His head was also under the covers. I do not know exactly how long it sat there, but a short time later it moved from the bed and made its way toward the stairway door, knocking down the ladder to the top bunk bed where my youngest brother lay sleeping. What happened next was the most terrifying. Whatever this entity was, it evidently wanted to get upstairs in the worst way. It scratched on the door to the stairway for several minutes while I lay frozen, terrified in my bed, unable to move. The noise awoke my youngest brother, and he began crying. After that, my brother and I found our voices, and we joined in. Daddy came running into the room, and we told him what had happened. We slept in their room for the remainder of the night. Next door to us lived an old man named Jonnie Ford. We kids called him Uncle Jonnie, as was the common practice at that time. Every morning he was up before daybreak and feeding his livestock. As Daddy went out to the car to go to work that morning, he saw Uncle Jonnie at the barn. And during the conversation, the subject of the previous night come up. Daddy told him what we had witnessed, expecting him to laugh at such a tall tale. Instead, Uncle Jonnie was dead serious as he told Daddy what we needed to do. He said, "That boy's spirit is attached to that wheelchair and is trying to get back to it. What you need to do is leave that door open so his spirit can get back to that wheelchair. Trust me, if you don't, that boy's ghost will haunt you from now on." We decided to do what Uncle Jonnie said, and that night, we propped the stairway door open. All was quiet, and nothing happened until we went to bed. About that time, I thought nothing was going to happen. The bedroom door abruptly opened, and the temperature in the room dropped. And it dropped dramatically. As whatever it was came into the room. Again, I was terrified. This time, though, it didn't sit on my bed. I could hear it and sense it as it stood by the side of my bed, as if telling me goodbye. After a moment, I heard it cross the floor and make its way to my brother's bed, where it again stood for a short while. As it moved toward the stairway door, it brushed against the bed, bunk bed ladder, and moved it. Only this time it didn't fall. The floorboards creaked and popped as it made its way to the stairway. As it climbed the stairs, each stair step creaked and moaned as the entity slowly made its way up the stairs, then into the back of the room where the wheelchair was waiting. If this was the spirit of Bubba, evidently it found what it was looking for we never experienced anything further, at least not for several years anyway. A couple of years later, my parents moved and took the wheelchair with them, storing it in an old building by the house. One day, my brother Timmy and Nathan and my nephew got the wheelchair out and took turns pushing each other around the yard in it. That night, both of them had the same exact nightmare about something chasing them in the wheelchair. A few years later, my parents moved to Oakland Road and again took the wheelchair with them, placing it in a small storage building behind the house. It was forgotten about until one day, Gary, one of the neighbor's kids, found it and dragged it out. Evidently forgetting about what happened earlier, Timmy and Gary pushed each other around in it and even got it out on the highway and rode it down the hill in front of the house. Again, both of them had frightening nightmares that night. And afterwards, neither of them would go anywhere near that wheelchair, claiming it was haunted. The last time I saw it was folded up in the back of an old building. After my father passed away, my mother sold the house and moved to town, but this time the wheelchair did not go. I'm not sure exactly where it is now, and I really don't care to find out.
Wow, that was a great story, wasn't it?
That was, man. That was one of them it's kind of a rare gem. You know, you get one of those it's kind of spooky, but at the same time, you know, it kind of touches your heart.
Yeah.
That's definitely one of those rare gems right there. I really enjoyed that one.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you enjoyed this story, make sure to look up Dewey Edwards on Amazon. He's got several amazing books. He's done some about personal experiences, like I can't think of it. The Bell Witch. He's done a lot of research into the Bell Witch.
Dang.
So he's definitely got some interesting ones. Let's see if I can read the rest of it. All right. So remember, if you've had a paranormal encounter, you can send it in to us using our Google form, or you can email it to spookyappalachia@gmail.com. Thank you to our Patreons, Adam, Alvin, Charles, Chris, Danielle, Donald, Jeff, Jordan, Jonnie. She says it's Johnny. Pronounce it Johnny. I see I didn't list that in the list of Patreon, so I need to go figure out what's going on there. But then there's Linda, Taylor, and our content creator Patreons, our very own Jared King TV. Go check him out. And
Thanks
big
so
thanks
much
for hopping in and doing this. There's no way I could have read all this today.
Actually, it's always an honor to be here, man. Help out.
Then there's Scott, who's an author. I've got a link to his link tree, and Werewolf Radar Podcast. They're a paranormal comedy podcast. Good gosh, I'm losing my voice. And yeah, if you like this story, be sure to share it out, subscribe, like, comment, all that stuff. Help us grow.
Absolutely, folks. And be sure to smash that like button and let us know what you thought of this story.
Definitely. And we're getting real close on those view time hours, so keep running that playlist, guys.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. And we'll catch you in the next one.
Absolutely. God bless and have a good one.
Good night, folks.